What's up? Oh, what's up, everybody? Sorry, me and Freddie the face hugger we're having a discussion about something, and I can hear myself, but I don't think you can. Maybe you could. Don't know. Yeah, it's Freddie from the Aliens movies. So what's up, everybody? I'm Scruff Dog, and welcome to the filler stream, part 4-ish, as far as Saturday goes. Welcome, everybody. We had the early crew in: Joe Rush, Franco Walker, Gas Masher, and Phil in the kitchen, as always. Lori's here, Frankie78, Christian Harold. Welcome to the stream. There's Zebo the Fat, Mr. A Cake, Rick Dastardly. Hey, what's going on? Echo the Husky has made it. Jonathan H. And there's just me. Good evening. There's Graham Shaw, Herbert Trouser Fancy, Danny BF, Peter Harkins, Flossie Horovac, George Philpott, Bobcat, couple of new names haven't seen. There's Blinkmatic Gaming, what's up? Martin Balm, fourth. Itchy Harris Chalk, Simon Allen, Clive C, Gary BVR, what's going on, everybody, and welcome. I don't think we need to read names necessarily all night. Did that again. Still getting used to the fact that there's a big ass microphone in front of me. Let's get this in a good spot. There we go. So right now, Clive is working on the loadout of the tattoo. There's Coach Seagal. So we're going to do this stream, and then next week everything should be back to normal, I think, including the Patreon stream. So we'll see. I guess if you're still hanging out, I'll probably do a KSP stream sometime this week. Maybe this weekend. I'll just do that this weekend, probably on Sunday. And like, we'll just see how this goes. Like, if oh wait, if you're just joining, don't forget to press the live button to make sure you are current with everyone. Hi, Snaky Orachini Orahime. All right, I guess we'll start with a cheers / celebration / thank you. I think the coffee's still a little hot, but we'll go with it. So because of this little endeavor with quote unquote helping Clive out a little bit, I have achieved 420 subscribers. So cheers to Clive, cheers to you and everyone for stopping by and getting me to that stoner milestone. So cheers. Oh yeah, it's really hot. Okay. So we'll go with this is Forbidden Grapes. That's right. I did see Liz earlier. And we will have Vertiwoofles. And we do have a kitten meowing outside the room, which hopefully won't be quite as loud as it was before. And I do have the thermal camera set up. What's up? I don't know that the audio is quite synced up because of the slight processing delay of a thermal camera, but it's up and working. Let's do the slide. Well, we can mess with this later on, possibly. Why not? Oh, so what is everybody up to this week, this weekend? What you doing? How we doing? So, as far as doing a chill and chat stream after this, kind of going to leave that up to everybody else. I do occasionally do these, but I'm normally doing video games or drone streams. But I suppose I could still do this something like this every once in a while. Maybe not every week, but maybe every couple weeks we could still hang out, get together every once in a while. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe now that Clive is doing shorter streams, I could do like an after Clive. What's in the tank? Asks Wetware Error. That is a 16-year-old, 6.5-foot long corn snake. Standard colors with the buff gene. So she's like red and orange, but kind of browny. Fran Labs often does a stream after Clive. Well, I'm trying to necessarily step on that. I don't, because I can assume what choice that'll be. Her subscribers versus my 400 some. What's up, Jack Attack? Welcome. Global Hypercolor. Yeah, that I guess that's when the thermal cam was on. Christian says the KSP streams are pretty chill. Yeah, they're pretty. They're a little less chatty just because I got to pay a little more attention to the game than necessarily chat, which is kind of same as the drone streams, but at least there's something else going on besides staring at trajectory lines all the time. 404 asks what type of thermal camera do I have? The same one that Clive has, the Infrared P2 Pro. The difference is since I stream on Windows, I found another company, Top Don. They make software called TC View, and it doesn't recognize the brand of the sensor. It only recognizes the sensor itself, manufacturer, like whoever that is. So it sees the infrared as just another Top Don version of the TC001. So it just recognizes it, and I use their Windows software, and it works pretty good. Like there's no loss of features or anything. And that last I saw, what's up, Ron? No, it didn't really miss much. I had the thermal cam going. I can do that again. We can mess with this later. Let's see what my coffee looks like. So that's how you can tell you have a good coffee mug, when that's hot and that's not. Oh, you're actually getting a good thermal reflection off of it too. That's cool. Oh, that's funny. You bring this hot ass thing in here and the rest of me turns green because it's not the warmest thing in view. No, Christian, we won't be trying to see my junk through my shorts when I stand up. Let's see if I can see this coil getting warm. Not very well, yeah, kind of. Yeah. Yeah, when you see that little pause, that's when it's recalibrating the sensor. Can't see the smoke. Your head just heated up. Yep. Red in the head. Predator cam. And you can do different color patterns, but I mean, it's I guess whatever you're used to. You can do black and white. Do we get Thermal Kitty? Well, if we do, it'll have to be towards the end because once I take that off its mount, it's taped to the top of the monitor. Probably not going to be able to get it back in place. So, oh, actually, I don't know because we'd have to see if it picked up through the glass. This is why you shouldn't smoke hot vapes and drink overly hot coffee at the same time as I'm taking another sip of coffee. Welcome, Inky Mutu. Well, there's no Clive stream tonight, but this notification actually went out, I think it was like Wednesday. It went out pretty early, but that was just so I could try and catch Clive early enough for him to post it out on his channel. The cat is taped to the monitor. No, the camera, not the cat. I don't know how well, I don't know that the monitor would survive very long if I taped any of the cats to it. Maybe Spaz. Definitely not Lee. She'd just bite everything. Ronnie would pee on it. And Mama would just invoke the fury of Tiny Mama, the tiny tank, and just obliterate it. The problem with bringing a kitty into the forbidden zone, Ron, is I don't want to confuse them as to why they're allowed in here sometimes and sometimes not. And considering what's, like I showed the other, I think last week or a couple weeks ago, the wiring behind all the computer shit here, like I can't let them free roam or anything because one chomp on the millions of cables I have for this setup would be very not good. Colin Pie says Velcro is your friend. I mean, I could Velcro them to the ceiling, but if they got to pee, that would be awfully inconvenient. And I'm drinking my standard mocha coffee that I typically have. And I also have a, in 4 minutes, I'll be doing a dab if you need to go grab a drink or roll a quick joint. As it will be 420 for me, though it's 420 everywhere. On your left arm is a red tattoo. Can we get a tattoo tour? Sure. Hold on. Blinkmatic Gaming. I bought the same setup from Mauno, but I'm getting an audio noise from something. I tried plugging his varied power bricks, and it has this small buzzing on my output. Any other fixes? I have no idea. As far as I know, I'm not getting any kind of a buzz. Like, it definitely sounds different in the headphones than it sounds different on the actual output to the computer. Mine's hooked up using USB-C. It's being powered by my Intel NUC that has a USB port that's always hot. And then from there, I'm using the supplied USB-C cable to plug into the computer. And that's USB, I think that's USB-C to USB-C. Or no, my USB-C to USB-C is on the camera. So that just goes into one of them. I don't know. Like mine kind of just worked pretty good. Ron Nona, let's see. Tattoo tour. Sure, why not? So I did Scruff Dog. I did that myself. That was like my first major tattoo. The tribals, I kind of started, never really finished. I'm considering getting this all redone. This was a marriage tattoo thing. It's like a rubber duck in a top hat and tails. That will most likely get covered up if I redo this, but I'm not going to get it covered up unless I do like a whole thing. That's a tattoo of my gecko with a 9-ball. I used to shoot 9-ball and 8-ball league like fucking 5 nights a week. And it twisted. I punched the microphone. It twisted piston up on my arm. That's dedicated to my old 71 Chevy pickup truck. I married a rubber duck. No, Mr. 8 Cake. Married someone much worse. We got Odie over here. That's an Odie that I drew. That was actually my first tattoo done by my buddy Bobby. This tattoo was done in San Francisco in memorial to him because he died of cancer. I got some 9-inch nail stuff on my legs. I have Chevy bow tie I tattooed over my heart. My back, I have 9-inch nails, tool, and perfect circle tattoos. My legs, I got a couple of tattoos for various things, including a circle, which was supposed to be an 8-ball, but I never finished it, so I just call it a cue ball. Scruff, do a poll. Let us choose your strain. Oh shit, it's 420. Hold on. So this is wedding cheesecake and some hash on top. So happy 420. We go on green. Can you see that? Yeah, kind of. Make sure it's clear. Mm-mm. Damn, there's a little more in here than I thought. We did the live check earlier, 404. No worries. Where did Scruff Dog come from, and why not Scruff Cat? Oh boy, I'm gonna be coughing on that one for a little bit. I'll try not to blast the microphone. I'll mess with the volume control. Is that healthy? Asked Boudica. I use cannabis so that I don't take close to 10,000 milligrams of ibuprofen, Motrin, whatever you want to call it, a day. Like I used to take so much that my body was so used to taking Motrin for my neck and my back pain that my tolerance built it into what are considered poisonous, like end of life kind of doses that I was taking on a daily basis. Whereas cannabis does not do that. What's up, Stephen D. Brown? Scruff Dog, not Scruff Cat. So when I was in the 10th grade, I was at Eastern Technical High School taking electronics engineering. Thank you, Jack Attack. And I was in the 10th grade, but I was taking a lot of 11th grade classes. I was tended to be ahead of my class, even in a magnet technical school. I was still a little ahead of everybody. Well, not everybody, but in that tier. So at that point, I took a couple of 11th grade classes, including gym. For some reason, they had me in 11th grade gym. And when I was in the 10th grade, if you remember how long my beard was before I shaved it like a few weeks ago, it was longer. Like my beard used to go down to my belt. My hair was down to my belt. Like I was just a big scruffy motherfucker. Medium rare steak and mixed vegetables, asks the chipmunk. Delicious. So I was a hairy motherfucker in the 10th grade because like testosterone came in like a fucking bus at like 100 miles an hour, which was like, so I was just hairy. So I was called Scruffy. So I was about 15. And then somehow when I was 18, it evolved into Scruff Dog, and it's been that ever since. So Scruff Dog is short for Scruffy Motherfucker. Sure, basically. And sniffed asses. I haven't sniffed any asses lately, at least. Lee Godair wants to know how I injured my back. Well, when I was younger, at one point, I rode for Haro, like freestyle bike stuff. Me and my buddy Mark had a quarter pipe, and we had a custom track we built in the woods behind our house. With an old lawnmower that we cut the front off of so the blade was exposed. So we just plowed our own trail. And then we took wheelbarrows and shovels and built up berms because I rode a lot of BMX bike a lot when I was a kid. But of course, to do cool stuff, to learn the cool tricks on the half pipes, quarter pipes, you got to try, and you don't always make it first. So I just fell, and I hurt myself enough, but I just kept going because I'm a stubborn asshole. So by the time I was 16, I was already taking 800 milligrams of Motrin twice a day for my neck. And it just went from there down to my whole back. I have arthritis all up and down my back. I have 3 bulged discs right now. I'm getting arthritis, and my like your little bones are actually starting to flare out at the top and grow more bones in and out. So I'm getting bone spurs pressing against my spine, and everything swells up enough. When you see me crack my neck, it's because everything swells up to the point where spinal fluid stops flowing. So I got to crack my neck to like get that crick out, and you can sometimes actually hear the of fucking spinal fluid flowing again. So my neck really sucks. So that's part of, like, I mentioned it once, like as I'm doing the renovations, um, they're all based on making everything wheelchair accessible, because there's a high probability that I'll retire in a wheelchair. So I want to make sure I'm ready for that. So as I'm like redoing the my new bathroom, I'm making sure everything will be, able to roll in a wheelchair, whether it's my regular wheelchair, or I will definitely beforehand have, something at least 150, 200 horsepower in a wheelchair for drag racing. And my mom, before she passed, which no condolences, please. It was fine. She had a problem with her spine at one point. One of her discs collapsed, bulged to the point where it hemorrhaged and collapsed, and there wasn't enough, I guess, tension on her spine, and it started to unravel. And apparently I will be susceptible to that as well, and all the good stuff. But so yeah, that's what happened to my neck. Do I need a good neurosurgeon? No, I'm pretty good with how I'm plucked up in the head. Like, I'm at a good level right where that is. I don't know that I need to get any better or any worse. Have I had any spinal fusions? I know in the USA it's probably not financially viable, but here in the UK, my mom and the vertebrae fused. No, they do that here pretty often. I actually know someone that's had it done. And that is something that, if the bulges get worse to the point where it's inevitable that they're going to rupture, then I'll probably see about having something done like that. My mom had surgery at one point where they went in and took her popped one out and put in like a stainless steel spacer. I guess it's kind of shaped like a U, just to kind of go around everything. And that actually made her a 1/4 inch taller when they were done with the surgery. Well, notice says you're going to rewire the wheelchair. I'll have multiple wheelchairs. I'll have like outside, got to go to the store wheelchairs that'll probably run on gas, or like, AC motors. Like, I know how to get all that shit going just from work. And I'll have, whatever wheelchair I need in here. I don't know that I need to be going 50 miles an hour inside the house, but outside that'd be just fine. I do 20 miles an hour on a scooter, so I'm sure 50 miles an hour on more wheels would be fine. I mean, sometimes when you need to get the ice cream, you need to get fucking ice cream, and you need to get it now. So, absolutely getting radials on it, Mankey. I mean, probably drag radials, but radials, 99 watching, so close. Yeah, we may pick up a couple more people along the way. That's fine. Well, make the wheelchairs before mobility impairment occurs, says Christian Herald. YouTube project build videos anyway. Maybe donate one to a charity or something. Yeah, who knows? I'll once I get everything situated, that may be a project that I start early-ish. But it's almost woofle time. Well, Verta woofle time. I got the grill lighter this time. Oh, almost matches my shirt. Look at that. Chevy V8 wheelchair. I've actually seen those. That would be fine. I got a 350 sitting in the garage. All right, it is 4:30. It is time for a Verta woof. Woofoo! Oh, here we go. For this one, we'll do this.
Good idea, Joe Russ. We'll do that for the third and the fourth. Thermowoofle, yes. Thermowoofle. Thermal. There it is. Let's see. Probably should move this. How's that? That looks alright. Looks like I'm gonna set my dick on fire. Yeah! Happy to be your supplier of advanced
woofling.
Yeah.
All right. Thermowoofles. Nice, nice. Glad I brought that out. Slide. Zoom. I never did bring anything in here to wipe off the fucking spilled bubble soap. Whatever. That's what shirts are for. Focus. What the French toast? All right. That looks pretty good. Pretty good. I need to get like I guess a hard mount for the thermal cam, like a little. Actually, I should probably just order a
peachy.
Fuck me. Fucking clampy thing for soldering and shit. What the fuck? You know what I'm talking about with the magnifying glass and the alligator clips. The thingy. I should get one of them for it. You're welcome. Helping hands, magic hands. Yes, I call them the helping hands. Yeah. Third hand. Yeah. You're welcome. Yes, it is. Glad to help you in your woofulation for the weekend. There will be more at 5:30, obviously. I want a thermal cam vest stringy version. Thermal vest cam stringy version. What? Thermal vest cam stringy version. I don't know what that is. I don't know what you mean. So I'm going to grab some tea. Where did I put the woofler? I forgot to put it in its holder. That way it no fall over because that's glass. What thermal cam do I have? The Infrared P2 Pro using Top Don software TC View. Yeah, 14 gauge wire and alligator clips. I got a bunch of those as well, Lori. John Key, a wife beater made of string. Gotcha. Okay. Let go to Husky loves their P2 Pro. It's a good camera. I use it at work a little bit. Haven't needed it a whole lot yet, but at the very least, it's fun to watch, take picture people doing dumb shit and then sending it to them. Can't you lock the temperature range in this software? don't know. Let me see. You have normal temperature and high temperature. There's a temperature profile. That's just the, here, hold on. I can show you the software itself. So there's the view of what's actually going on. Can you see them? You can't see the mouse though. That's weird. Don't know why it doesn't pick that up. I must have something with the wrong thing selected. So there's that. Settings. Can you? See, you can't even see the settings window. That's weird. I guess I would have to make it pick the whole monitor. No, I don't actually see anything for locking in the range, like the color range. You can just pick different colors. You can do like a line, and it'll tell you the hot and the, the temperature variance at the line. And clear it. What's that? Pick dot 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 dot. Not a lot of dots. So that's pretty good. It's not really not lagging that bad either. All right. Yeah, you can at least see that. Does the dot pattern spell Kevin? It does. It does not spell Kevin. Here, how about this? Ooh, where's we at? Here it is. I can do that for you. There's a big K over the thermal for you. Heat range goes up to 400. It won't clamp. Is there some auto S2RS? I don't know. This is just what we got on this particular one. Like on settings, it gives you distance, color, and emissivity and temperature unit. And there's nothing in here for locking anything down. I feel like the phone may have that software. The infrared software may have that, but this one does not at the moment. Maybe it will at some point. That's interesting. It can read the firmware and see that it's P2 Pro firmware, but it still works with it. That's fine. All right, I'm going to flip it back. Oh, and by advice of, I believe it was Steven Seagal, I put a view of what's transmitting up by the camera. So when I look at the camera, I can see what's actually going out so I don't get lost in the views like I do sometimes. That seems to be working out pretty good. Good call. Use the high range. Okay, hold on. Let me flip it back. High range. Seems like it's less resolution. I guess it's just higher sensitivity, but less resolution. I guess if you don't need it in high temperature, it definitely don't use it. Seems like there's just a lot better definition like this. Zoom. Anything above 120 degrees Celsius on low range will clamp down. Okay. That looked like Zoidberg on, I guess kind of, yeah. I could see that. Especially with the mic in the way. Thanks, Flossie. Michael Hushy seems to be stuck. Is there something we can do for you? Do you need a boat? All right. What's that? All right. Oh, let's see. Oh, one thing I was thinking about. Yeah. Anyway, one thing I was thinking about. You see, like, and I did the one stream of like people's worst shocks. How about the first shock? I can remember my first electrical shock. Very early. Um, One of my earliest memories. Hey, at least if we're getting bots, that means it must be getting advertised. So I guess the stream's doing okay, even though we're losing viewers, but we'll see how it goes. My new mic is a dynamic mic. But my first shock, I was, I believe, 4 or 5 years old, probably 4. And I had my Atari 2600, which this one doesn't work anymore, and you'll well, yeah. I have my Atari 2600 from when I was a kid, but it wasn't this particular one. So anyway, I went to turn it on one day and it didn't work. I knew just enough, even at 4 or 5, to know that it was important that it be plugged into that, like the wall, like made stuff work. Like I understood that for some reason. So I unplugged the power brick, which was 120 volts to 9 volt for an original Atari 2600, and I found scissors, and I looked at the plug, and I went, that only has 2 things on it, but the plug has 3. Like the hole in the wall that I knew was important had 3. So I figured I had to get rid of the 2 thing and somehow get 3. How I figured this shit out, I don't know, but this was my first shock and my first foray into electronics, it turns out. Oh, you go ahead and put that back on normal. I'm not looking at the camera quite enough to notice I'm still in thermal. So anyway, all I knew is I had to, the box thing just didn't seem right. I needed a third thing. So, of course, what did I do as a tiny kid? As I found scissors and I cut the box off. And somehow I knew enough to strip the insulation back to get to the copper. I don't know how I knew this, but somehow I knew I needed to get the copper out. So then I had about 2-inch long pieces of, stranded copper, probably 18 gauge maybe. And then that was only 2. So of course, the only way to get 3 was to take a little bit of the one on the left, a little bit of the one on the right, and twist them together, and then twist the other 2, and then you had 3 prongs. These 2 twisted to make, you see where we're going here, right? So at that point, since I had 3 prongs, I plugged it into the socket, holding the 2 of the prongs, and that was my first shock. That was also the last time that that Atari worked. Because even though the short was right there, enough of it still got into the Atari to poof it. But yeah, that was a fun thing. And then my parents came running in. Breaker, we lived in an apartment at the time. I think half the apartment turned off. And of course, they were pissed off because I blew up the Atari. But yeah, so that was my first shock. Definitely not my worst. Like I got bit yesterday dealing with something. A quick little bite. But that happens. It was only 120 volts. So yeah, just remember, if you don't always need that third prong. And why the Atari didn't work, I obviously never figured that out, but I definitely made sure it didn't work after that. Jervis says, my first multimeter had a 10 amp range, and I had to check how many amps were in the socket. That was a fun. I hope that meter wasn't too expensive. Was that like hopefully Harbor Freight style there? Because I doubt that was very happy afterwards. 250 volts is much more exciting. Oh, I imagine so. Like as many times as I've been shocked, if I lived somewhere with 250 volts, I can't imagine how that would go. When I was 4, the black and white TV hadn't come out yet. It was a much safer time to grow up, apparently, says Lori. Nice. The ringer signal is modulated DC at 90 volts. Yeah, I've gotten bit by a ringer. I used to mess around with the phone at the house. I figured out how to make a hold circuit with music that I'd hook up my freaking tape Walkman to. So that was fun. Like you actually do like a muted hold function on it. And then if you if you put it on hold and then hung up, it would just keep the line busy. So you could also use it as a bugger off thing without having to listen to the mer, 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 mer. So that was neat. But yeah, when messing with that, you do find out. There was one time I was messing with it that someone called in and I just happened to be holding the wires. And yeah, that's a little spicy. A little spicier than you think. I popped the meter and the 32 amp breaker that had just been installed. When they tested at 240 volts when they were a kid on the amp range. Okay, yeah. I kind of feel like I may have done that myself as well, but on 12 volts. Because when I first started messing with multimeters, it was in high school in electronics engineering, but it was messing with like car stuff, like low voltage, 5 volts, 12 volt stuff. And then when I got mine, it was for messing with cars. And the first one I got was, I think, a Craftsman. And now I had a Fluke and an X-Tech, but now I just have couple X-Techs and a couple of Harbor Freight, like cheapy throwaways. Oh, and that, in the little amp clamp that all the electronic YouTuber guys have, the Unity, whatever number that is. Somebody here probably knows it off the top of their head. Pardon. Oh, Kevin Walker, I stood on a terminal block with 240 volts going through it in bare feet. That hurt. I was 15 at the time. The UT61A, yeah, that sounds right. 210E? Probably the no, I think it is the 210E. Let me check real quick. Did I do a video on that? I don't think I did. I know it's been in a video. 210E. That's a guitar. Yeah, the 210. Yeah, the 210E. Yeah, that's the one. And it's good. I actually had that yesterday because I forgot my my main meter at the Amazon site, and I needed it. I was working on a fire cabinet for a fire pump, for a diesel fire pump for the Guinness Blonde site that's in Maryland. I'm working on the fire pump in there that keeps the place from burning down. Cheers if you drink Guinness. We're doing our best. One of the chargers went out on it, and weird system. And of course, none of the charging has any of the schematics with it. And we played Swaptronics all over the place and could not figure out why the second charger wouldn't work. So we're going to have to install an external one. What is a diesel fire pump? So whether it be a warehouse, like a big warehouse, or in this case, a property, you get all your sprinkler systems, and you can't just leave them hooked up to public water pressure, because when you have an entire warehouse, say, pops because there's a big fire, there's going to be no water pressure. So they're on their own water system, tied in like fire hydrants and shit. And what happens is on a normal operations, we all know there's no such thing as a perfect seal. So you'll have this little electric pump. I mean, it's usually about the size of a loaf of bread, and it'll keep the pipes pressurized for the sprinkler system. Just keep them at the ready pressure, which is, it varies anywhere from like 100 to like, I think 200 PSI on some. I'm not sure on that. So I may be off on that, but I feel like it's around 100 to 200. Whereas pressure coming in is usually at 80. But so what happens is when there's a fire, bunch of sprinkler heads open up, the pressure drops, the cabinet detects the loss of water pressure, and in this case, it turns on a Cat 3406 diesel engine, which is driving a giant fucking water pump, which repressurizes the lines as that thing runs. I think this one runs at 3,600 RPM solid, and that, you know, replaces the little electric pump, and it just surges water through the pipes to keep them at full pressure. And with that, since it's a fire system, you want redundancy. So it has two 24-volt battery bank systems that each time it runs, it goes back and forth. And if it tries to start on one bank, it'll switch over to the other just to have, you know, as much redundancy as possible, you know, within reason. Is there a backup to the diesel pump? There is not. No, the fire department is the backup to the diesel pump. But it has, you know, the banks that go back and forth, and each battery bank has its own dedicated old ass charger in there. It's basically just a shitload of components on boards, but there's no schematics for the chargers themselves. And it's an overcomplicated system where they used voltage sensing at the battery and then at a different point in the charger to try and say, oh, well, if it detects low voltage, it won't throw an alarm if it knows it's charging. But if it's already charging the battery, how's it going to know what voltage the battery actually is? Kind of weird thing. It's really odd system. We called the manufacturer. They said, oh, it's probably the diode thing. So I went, all right, I'm going to swap the two. He went, okay. So I swapped the two, didn't fix it. I called him back, and he never called me back. So I guess we'll see if they call me back on Monday. If not, we're just going to install an external charger. And then at least, you know, it'll have a nice maintained charge on it, as opposed to whatever, you know, the 1979 charger's trying to do to it. We had the same in the Faraday building at the uni, but these were battery backed up. Early inverter tech, 10 horsepower electric pumps. I've seen some electric systems like that. They do still use that, especially with, you know, advent of solar power. A lot of factories and plants that put solar panels on their roof, their electric pump system, well, their fire pump system, I should say, will be electric with electric motors. Because at that point, they can dedicate, you know, as many of the solar panels as they want to charge and maintain the solar system with the fire pumps, and then excess goes into the building and back into the grid if need be. Garwood User says, Cruff Dog, post pics of the suspect circuitry on your Patreon. I do not have a Patreon. And there's, I'm not pressed on it at this point. We're, like, the easy solution is to just install an external charger. There's already quite a lot of time invested with another tech before I got involved in it to try and sort it out. So we're kind of at the point of, unless the manufacturer calls back with like the easy fix, we're just going to install the external charger, because, I mean, that's $200, you know, buy Delta Q, Delta Q quick charger. Put it on there, and it'll just maintain the batteries. And then they load test themselves on schedule. So it'll just be the easiest way to do it at this point. And another part of the problem is the way they're designed, they protect all the wiring. So you have like relay sockets and like the rectifier diode boards, they all plug in, And the back of the cabinet is all where all the wiring is, where they got like the shit where just they wire wrap it through a, you know, like a split terminal wire wrap it and pull it, and then they don't have to solder it. And it's all behind there, and it's half, like one piece of it is the charger, and then the entire rest of the panel is one thing. So you're like trying to lean it forward. You're leaning like almost 40 pounds of probably just copper wiring forward. And you're trying to do this without accidentally hitting the wrong button or shorting the wrong thing out that will trigger an actual fire alarm and have the fire department show up. So there's only so much digging we can do into it without risking, you know, without having to call the fire department and say, hey, we're getting ready to fuck something up. And that's just a pain in the ass. Because I've had to deal with that with a similar system that I dealt with years ago at another customer, that every time we had to test or I had to go in there, they had to call the fire department, say ignore the signal from this for the next hour and a half or whatever. So we're going to go with the external charger for now. Plus, I think the property just sold. So at this point, if new owners come in and new management or whatever, they may just want to wipe that old ass fire pump system out and actually update the whole thing. If you modify the system and then it didn't work for some reason, who would be liable? If the customer signs off on the modification, then it's on the customer. And the chargers we're looking at are certified. They're like rugged duty, heavy duty, UL listed, you know, all the CE listed over here for emergency equipment. We can get like special certified chargers and weird shit like that if we need be. All our systems at the university went through the on-site maintenance control center. We could notify them to ignore the alarms from a building or system. Yeah, over here, they have that, is they have control systems. Some sites will have control systems, but at those, they have to, the signal will go through them to the fire department, and they would have to intercept it from there. They can't actually decide to send it from the fire department. They do that just in case nobody's around. The fire department's coming no matter what. It's then up to someone at that center to stop the fire department. As I understand it anyway. This coffee's pretty good tonight, gotta tell you. Mr. Egg Cake missed the drone stream. That's all right. Eduardo Espinoza. Does diesel go bad? Yes, diesel fuel can go bad. As long as you leave it sealed, it usually lasts longer than gasoline, but it will still eventually go bad. I think you can get maybe a couple years out of that. 2, 3, 4, 5 years. I mean, I don't know. They say that you can only get 1 year out of gasoline, but the shit I'm putting in my lawnmower is like 3 years old. I mean, granted, when I got it, I put stable and seafoam in it, which seems to help pretty good. How's that coffee staying warm? This is, what is this? This is an Ozark Trail, like Walmart brand, aluminum, like camping, hiking mug that's actually vacuum sealed aluminum. And this thing is ridiculous. Like, it is hot in there, but it is still cool to the touch on the outside, that's how you know you got a good thermos. If you can put boiling water into it and it's still cool, like ambient outside, that means that son of a bitch is holding that heat in there. And this thing was like $7 at Walmart in the camping section. Like, it's nothing special at all. Like, there's the little symbol. But yeah, it is still, well, let's see how hot it is. Hold on. It was, what, 60, 61 degrees earlier. Now it's showing 54 on the lid, 55. And that's on the lid itself, so. Now I love this cup. This is my favorite coffee cup. Ever. Ever. Coffee on my mug doesn't last long enough to get cold. Yes. In the mornings, I go through it a little bit faster. You're welcome, Eduardo. Rifleman says one of the common diesel additives is algicide. Yeah, the big brand around here is what is that, Power Diesel? Is that what it's called? Or Diesel Power? And the white and silver bottles in the summer, white and diesels in the winter. Power Service. No, it's Power Service. That's what it is, Power Service. And it's got a lot of, it's primary algicide and something to help boost the cetane rating, which is similar to the octane rating of fuel, the cetane rating in diesel. And the white stuff has anti-gel in the winter so that it doesn't gel up. I am in Maryland, in Baltimore, Maryland, Boudica. So when I had a diesel truck, it's just cold enough here that you should run Power Service in the winter because it does get into the sometimes 10s and 20s overnight, sometimes a high of 30 during the day. So it doesn't hurt. I mean, they have winter diesel, but I never wanted to take the chance with my my old diesel truck. I had a 97 6.5 Detroit diesel with a shitload of work done to it. And I never wanted to take the risk, so I took 16-ounce bottles, and I would pour 8 ounces of two-stroke oil, and then 8 ounces of either silver or white Power Service diesel additive into it as a cocktail. And it's not that uncommon for people with older diesels to do this. And you just carry around these bottles, and every time I get fuel, you pour that in, and then you fill up. Especially once they started using the ultra low sulfur, because the sulfur helps lubricate the additive or the components in the injectors and inside the high pressure fuel pumps. The sulfur helps lubricate it. You put ultra low sulfur in an older diesel, and then you start getting increased wear on your injectors. So you put that additive in there, and that helps it just last longer, running a little bit better. And you would just do that. Like I think at one point 12 bottles. So I would just make a 12-pack one day, sit out there for like a half hour and just do up my bottles, shake them up. And there were the blue, you had this blue stuff you poured in there. Oh, it's 5:03. We need a toast. Let's see. Let's toast to Franco's cat. I am remembering that correctly, right? It was Franco's cat that is feeling unwell right now. We'll do a double toast. Bread. Do any of your drones run on diesel or gas? Nah, just they're both they're all battery powered. Lipos, which is pretty common because lipos seem to handle high output a little bit better than lithium ions. Yes, Franco. Okay. So we'll toast to Franco's key cat. May they be fuzzy and happy again after they get to see the vet. So here's to Franco's key cat. Get well. Bonk. Phew. No, what is this thing doing? There we go. Chat just got a little strange. Chipmunk says just add the sulfur back. I think there are some companies that have sulfur additive, maybe. But it seems like the easy way is just to get some 2-cycle in there. And am I talking about riding mowers? No, but that's the same oil. I actually would use marine two-cycle oil. That seems to hold up better, apparently, than just regular stiff. Stiff. No frost giant, no fossil fuel drones, at least not yet. In the future, who knows? Now, nah. Chipmunk. Windows Explorer took a shit and the system froze and the taskbar went AWOL. I mean, that's pretty much just Windows running, isn't it? That's kind of, don't they consider that a feature? Oh, we're just restarting Explorer, it didn't crash at all. We promise. Lori says, what lights are we seeing reflected in the glass behind you? Those are little LED candle things. Hold on. There you go. Oop. A little overexposed, but Boudica, how did you learn electronics? Well, that's a story. I mean, not super awesome, but like, I got lucky in that. How do you put this? Like, growing up, my parents, like, they weren't rich or nothing. Like, we're just middle class, doing good enough. Both of them had jobs. We did all right. So, like, they did well enough, I guess. Like, very middle of the road, maybe struggled a little bit here and there, but overall, not too bad. Yeah, the middle class does not exist anymore, Christian. Fuck no. But, in all that, they get me the best gifts they could, like Christmas and birthday. But they also noticed when I was younger that I could figure shit out. Like, God forbid any of you know what an actual VCR is, but like I was the kid that could actually fix the VCR clock when I was like 6 or 7. And they kind of took notice of that. Like, I was the kid that would take shit apart, but then put it back together. Or I would take broken shit apart, somehow fix it, then put it back together, and it would work. They noticed I was always trying to create shit. So when I was 9, when I just turned 9, they went to Radio Shack and they found the little 101, like 100 in 1 electrical kits with like the little springs on them. And like, so you had like 10 resistors, and that's what you open a spring up, stick a wire in, bend another spring, stick a wire in there, and you just built circuits with the books. So they got me the 101 one from Radio Shack. Fucking loved it. And within a few months, I had built every circuit in the book, and then I was already like making my own new shit. And I had actually gathered little bits and pieces from Radio Shack of more stuff to make more circuits. So that was, my birthday's in May. So they got that for me in May. Then come that Christmas, they went and they got me the 250 in 1 spring kit. So I started with that. Within a few months, I had gone through all that and was doing my own stuff. And then within another month or two, I was wiring the kits together and doing all that shit. So then May came around and I was turning 10. So they finally got the granddaddy of them all, the biggest one they made, the 400 in 1 kit with the really big book. And then I just went from that. So within months, yada, yada, repeat, wash, repeat, all 3 of them wired together. And by then I was a regular at Radio Shack because I could ride my bike there. And like, I'd be getting components, doing my own stuff. I learned to solder. I started learning on my own. From there, I went to the library, back when libraries existed. like, pre-internet days, old. And I was checking out like college level electronics books and using them to just start at the beginning, and I would just read and use the stuff I had, and I taught myself electronics so that by the time I got to high school and I took electronics engineering, most of it was a review. Like there was new stuff that I definitely learned, better techniques, better ways to figure it out. But most of my high school years in electronics engineering was a review, to the point that when I was a senior, I finished the entire curriculum in the first quarter. So for the second quarter, I played around with the old robotics lab that they had closed up. Like I went in, cleaned it up, was messing with it, working with it. And then the third quarter, some budget thing, whatever, went through, and they had me leading the setup of the brand new computer lab. So I built a whole new computer lab. It was like 50 some computers all networked together, yada, yada, bullshit. And that was cool. That was fine. And the last quarter, they just let me dick around in the computer lab and help kids out in electronics class. And that's when I learned how to remix music. I was playing like Microsoft Simulator 95 when that came out, like fresh. And then I've always dicked around and just built my own projects and just kind of kept learning electronics. Kind of fell off for a little while, but then everything kind of started over again, I guess about 10 years ago. And now I'm just still doing my thing, and I use it a lot at work. Everything is electronics nowadays, so you kind of have to know it if you want to fix stuff that's 20 years old or newer. It's all electronics. Steven Seagal had one of those when they were 6 or 7. Yeah, it seems like a lot of people had them, huh? Well, they were great kits. Like I remember looking not too long ago, I saw a couple here and there like floating around on eBay and stuff. I almost bought it. I mean, I probably still find them if you look around. As far as old, I am 46, so 46 feeling 64. All right, and I guess just so everybody knows, in 7 minutes, it'll be 4:20 somewhere, and I have a joint that I'll be lighting up. So if you need to grab a beer, grab a drink, grab a coffee, just letting you know. Franco is 55. Does a forklift have an OBD2 port? Most of them don't. You will find some on some Nissans or Nissan clones like TCM and what's that other Nissan clone? Shit. There's another one you see every once in a while that's actually a clone of TCM, which is a clone of Nissan. So like, good fucking luck. I think some Komatsus have an OBD port. I don't remember what actual protocol it uses. I know I think some of the Cummins ports we have use J1950, if I'm remembering that right. But some of them do, but most of them are proprietary ports for the company. Because, that way you have to buy the custom, $1,000 cable that's fucking 30 cents in copper, 10 cents in a plastic connector, and 5 cents in tinned fucking leads. Hey, what's going on, Big Clive? Just passing through. Last show in progress and a queue coming up. Nice. Nice stopping by. We are just bullshitting. But I've actually used, I carry a Bluetooth OBD2 unit module thing with me for, working on a couple that every once in a while when you see it. But I also have, I don't know, fucking tens of thousands of dollars worth of proprietary cables for hooking up to a laptop or a scanner, or, the guy sitting next to you that bends over at the wrong time just plug it into there, like whatever you got to do. But now I got all a ridiculous amount of cables and equipment and shit. Luckily, when my van got broken into years ago, they didn't get to those, because that would have been a pain in the ass. Because then I don't know if I would have necessarily been liable to replace them, but I can imagine the boss wouldn't have been real happy about having to replace all of them, and likely wouldn't have replaced all of them. It probably would have just been a as you need them kind of thing. Oh, and Clive, if you're still here, this is the software I use for the thermal cam in Windows. As far as I know, they don't have a Chromebook version of it yet. But in Windows, this is the top-down stuff I use for the thermal cam. And then I just grab it with OBS and stream or whatever, Anyway. I wasn't sure if you had seen that the chipmunk is 50, but still got a 21-year-old inside of you, but not in that way. We know it's in that way. That's fine. By the way, tell Miss Joyce, what's up? How you doing? All right, cool. Scruff Dog, did you know your beard is musical? Watch this. I will open that in a new tab. And watch that later. 1 second. Hermeto Pascal plays his beard and other things. He's like yanking on his beard and shit. That's no good. That's like, I understand that, like, to be artistic, you must feel pain at some point, but I ain't trying to yank on my beard. I get that shit caught up in enough stuff accidentally than to want to do that on purpose. That is ouchy. Caution. Scenes of beard yoinking and strange beard noises. DC Allen. They don't do a great deal with the pain, but they make me a bit mung. Have you ever tried cannabis? It works very well to help with pain and muscle relaxation, says Graham Shaw. Absolutely. That's what definitely helps. And, like, you see me half the time I'm stoned, but that's just because, like, I'm fucking relaxed. If you're seeing me, like yes, I'm relaxing. When you saw me Thursday, I had just gotten out of work, and I'm not trying to drive the van around with cannabis, so I don't take anything to work with me, because, like, I work, for me, I work in what I consider far too dangerous an environment to want to relax. Some techs do, and that's fine. That's their thing. If that works for them, that works for them, but not for me. So Thursday was one of those rare times where I had no cannabis, which is pretty rare to see me on camera without anything. Just because if I don't need to think, like, I really don't want to. Because if I'm not on cannabis and I'm at work, I think fast. I can come up with solutions, generally speaking, fairly quickly as things go along. But if I don't need that and I'm sitting at home, it doesn't stop and it won't shut the fuck up. So this, besides the back pain going away, the nice side effect is, depending on how much I want to use, I can turn the volume down in my head so I can actually relax and not lay there and fix 50 forklifts and sort this problem out and figure this out and sort that out. Like, this actually helps me relax depending on how much I use. And it's 420 somewhere. Got you, Jonathan Hughes. Appreciate that. bonk. And this is just a blend of a bunch of shit I had laying around. Dude, do you have ADHD too? Says Lee Goodair. Kinda. Like, I'm just a pinchy ass bee, just a pinchy Tourette kind of thing. Which I've really only recently been openly talking about, probably within the last year and a half. But I'm just a tiny little bit in there, although everything's pretty much sorted out as far as ticks and oddness goes. I mean, I'm pretty fucking odd anyway, and that's just kind of how that's going to be. But everything's pretty controlled-y. So I'm sure ADHD is in there too, because I gotta keep moving. Like if I'm at work, I get bored real easily, because like if it takes most people like say 2 hours to do a repair, I'm usually done in like an hour and a half, because I just go and I won't fucking stop until I'm done, and I just go. And then if I get home and I don't have any cannabis, then I just keep going, go, and it just needs to shut up sometimes, you know what I mean? DCL says, I have morphine and muscle relaxing stuff and a spinal cord stimulator implant for back pain. Damn. I've heard about the implants. I've often wondered if that would be anything that would help, but as far as the harder stuff, like I've had pain, like counselor, whatever you call them, pain doctor recommends various opiates for controlling my back pain, and I was like, no, I'm good. I just wouldn't want to risk becoming like an opiate zombie. Some people handle it well. I don't know if I would. I've never really used them too much. So I'll stick with my cannabis. And in the long run, it probably costs about the same anyway. Have you tried ghost pipe for pain? I have not a clue what ghost pipe is. I prefer an actual pipe with flour in it. Scruff, how are you with hobbies? Asks Mike and Co. Fascinated about one for 6 months, then off to something new. Sort of. I will bounce around like that. Like I actually I have core hobbies like video games, doing the drone thing, electronics. But I find as I get into new things, I have to learn fucking everything about it. Like I wanted to buy a pickup truck. I know I wanted to buy a diesel because at the time I was going to use it for hauling around a 10,000-pound trailer for work when I was a steel rigger. I wanted to be able to for me to pull the equipment trailer, because it actually meant I got paid a little bit more for gas and vehicle usage and all that. So I decided I needed to learn more about diesel engines. At that point, I was very well versed in gas engines. I built them, performance stuff. I was really good with engine, electrical system, mechanical stuff, yada yada. Just didn't really know anything about diesels, except they didn't have spark plugs. So I decided I would figure it out, and within a couple months, I learned a lot just on the forums and YouTube and everything. Enough that I decided I got my truck I wanted. And then within a couple months of getting the truck and doing my own experiments and messing around with it, so basically within 4 or 5 months of diving into diesel, at that point, it had turned around, and now people were coming to me for advice, like on forums and stuff, on their diesels. So that's kind of how I go. It's not that I'll necessarily pick up and drop hobbies. I'm pretty stable with my hobbies right now, and I have been for a while. But when I need to dive into a new area, I need to know every fucking thing about it. All the way down to, like, when I go to the classes where they're trying to train me for, like, work, I'm like, can I get the theory of operation on this? And they're like, oh, on what? I'm like, every fucking thing you just told me. Like, I love the schematics. I love that you tell me how to replace it. I love that you tell me how to troubleshoot it, but I want theory of operation. Like, I want to know, I don't, like, it's great to know how it works, but now I want to know why it works. I want to know why it's doing what this does to make it work and what makes that thing work. Like, because that gives you a much greater understanding. Like, if you're turning on an electric forklift and the main contactor doesn't close, don't assume it's the fucking main contactor that went bad. Why didn't it close? Is it because the traction controller isn't getting the right signal to tell it to close? Is there another controller somewhere saying, no, we're not ready, don't close it? Like, that helps, because a lot of guys will see, we'll say that contactor isn't working, so they replace the contactor. Oh, well, that didn't fix it. All right, man, you could have checked it in 15 seconds with a voltmeter. Resistance, 40 ohms. It's good. Stop there. Look at the load side of it with the big ass, contacts. Are they burnt? Nope. Okay, then we're good. But you got to understand, to get into that, you need to understand the whys and the hows. It just helps. I don't know. I think you know what I mean. This ghost pipe is a white flowering plant. Okay. I will look into ghost pipe. Let me open another tab. There we go. Ghost. Oh, I got a little bit of ash on my keyboard. Whoopsie. Ghost pipe. Oh, look at that thing. I'll look into that. That looks neat, at least. And thank you for the voice compliments. I have up until basically when I started streaming, hearing my voice versus what I heard in my head, I was always annoyed by what I heard, or like hearing it back, like through YouTube or whatever. But I've since gotten very used to it, and I kind of dig my voice a little bit, something like that. Like, I just try to be pretty chill, try to be relaxed. I don't try to get too loud unless I'm like, trying to blow unless I'm trying to blow eardrums out and screaming into the fucking microphone. Or if I accidentally hit the wrong knob and then I do like,
I'm Pickle Rick!
Something like that. But, I chill. It's fun. Wrong mouse. Scroll down. Am I getting turned on? I am not Christian. Ghost pipe works wonderfully, says Garbled User. Okay, alright. Frost Giant says that's partly why I like BigClive's videos so much, because he explains the why and the how. Yes. Like, when I'm teaching class, like when I used to teach classes inside, like, it's great to teach the book side of things, but nobody's learning shit until they put your hands on it. That's why I prefer, when I'm doing training now, I'm doing training in the field, so I can be like, this is broke, and this is why it's broke, and now you're going to replace it, because when you're touching it, when you get that physical thing, and you're thinking about why it's broke, that will help you remember, because now you have a physical memory tied to a technical memory, like a learning memory. And that's, I find, and I've found with most people, that if you can tie a physical thing to a mental part of a memory, like a learning thing, it helps it stick much better, because there's something tangible attached to it. Like, there's something physical to put in the folder. Oh, I got ashes all over the place. I don't know why the fuck they falling everywhere. Hold on a sec. Oh, God damn it. That was my headphone. I'm really bad at this. My fault. Right, scrolling down. What lives in the terrarium behind you, Scruffly Good Air? That is Orihime, my corn snake. She is 16 years old. She outlived the daughter of hers that I had. Corns, you hit that. No, I hit my headphones, if that's what you're asking. That's why we all wank during these streams as a memory aid, says Christian. If that's what works for you, by all means. And yes, I wouldn't necessarily consider her much of a danger noodle. They have little tiny sharp teeth that it's funny when they bite you, but that's fine. Oh, it is 5:30. It is time for the a woofle session. Let me give this just a moment here with this. Let's see here. Grab the woofler. Get the thermal camera ready. And we'll do 2 vertiwoofles. Then we'll do 2 thermowooflers. Thermowoofles. Thermowoofles. Yay. Let me work on this joint here a second. All right. Let me flip over to Woofle Cam. Oh, that's a little crooked. There you go. And then you can see the backstage cam. Slide on over. All right. Where we at here? Oh, there we go. Woohoo. Woof. Woofoo. That was a little one. Uh-oh. I think we're out of propane or butane. That may have been the last woofle of the show. Let me see if I can get one more out on thermal cam. I don't know that we have enough left. The can just froze. Son of a bitch. I don't know where I have another one at. I guess I'll be on Amazon tonight. Let's see if we got enough for a thermowoofle. I don't know if we will, but we'll try. Right there. Come on. Is there anything in there? Nope. I don't think you can see that. Ah, shit. Alright. I'm going to have to order more of our woofle fuel. You go through a lot of that really quick. That did not take long to drain. Scratchy, scratchy. Well, sorry that we weren't able to get the thermowoofle there. That fucking sucked. At least you got to see a little bit of something in the thermal cam. Oh yeah, the joint is definitely a hot spot. Inverted angle verta thermowoofle. We have no fuel. I have no way to make a lighter do a woofle. Not without a huge mess. Got to get around to finishing these projects up in here so I can start working on the ultra woofler. Ugh. Yeah, I'll get another pack of butane on the way. I think they can ship that to the Amazon lockers. I got it through the locker the last time. If not, I'll just have it shipped to work. A lithium woofle, they're garbled. if we were outside, that would definitely be possible because I have some cells that I could do without. But we are not outside. So, but I will keep I will keep that in mind. All right, let's tag in the black cherry tea. Graham Shaw apparently needs a pee break. A vape battery woofle. I have so many fucking 18650s laying around here. Like, I would have no problem just driving a nail through a fully charged one. One of these days. We'll see. Maybe that'll be a good way to start a fire in the winter. We'll have a barrel fire in this winter. We'll see if we can start it with a 18650. You know, the easy, safe way. Actually, that's I could do that. Yeah. I ain't gonna use one of my Samsungs, but I got a couple older cells. Maybe a fully charged 2000 milliamp hour battery. I could 3D print a stand that holds it and holds a nail on it and just wham! And just have it fall right into a pile of sticks in the old burn barrel. No IPA spray on hand. No, not anymore. That was back in the days of, 2020 and further. Let's see. Frost Giant asks, could you construct a drone capable of woofling at height? There might be a way to do that, but then I'd worry about blowing up my drone. So probably not even going to try. Rifleman says a trust fire or any Chinese 18650 with the name fire. Yeah, that's pretty much more of a warning label than a name when they have the word fire in them. What happens if you hit a vape battery with a sledgehammer? Well, I mean, I could do that, but then that would be a lot more Mike and Co. But then it would be a lot more difficult to get it into the burn barrel. I think if I 3D print something to hold it, that'd be a little easier. Just let it burn while you barbecue of it. Oh yeah, it'd be talk about a spicy flavor. Oh, what'd you use to season this? Is that mesquite? No, that's lithium. That's all lithium. Lithium spice. Trust fire. 3 amp hours, my ass, says Garbled User. Yeah. Really will calls fire, says Dr. Squirrel. Indeed. Chipmunk says connect an 18650 directly to a 120 volt cord and plug it in remotely. Very remotely. Yeah, I don't know where the hell I'd even be able to, I could plug it into the inverter in my Suburban, but then I'd worry about fucking up the inverter. And, well, obviously the battery would not survive. Vaping will really demonstrate the good batteries from the bad, says Rifleman. Most of the batteries are made for flashlights, yeah. Like, you can have a 18650 with a great capacity but shit output just because they weren't made for, fucking 20, 30, 40 amp bursts, 5-10 second bursts of super vapors. Scruff Christian asks, what if you make the callers take 3 pizzas for 30 if 5 for 20 was too many? but they have watermelon and cinnamon. Well, nobody calls me anymore because I haven't had that phone number for like 25 years. But that wouldn't be too bad. Cinnamon and watermelon on pizzas. You know that? I mean, you figure if you put the watermelon and the cinnamon on there and then you cook it, the watermelon's basically just going to go away. So it'll just kind of be like this weird, probably reddish stain on there. And I've had stuff with cheese and cinnamon before, and a lot of good tomato sauce has a decent amount of sugar in it, so that might not be too bad, because the watermelon would go away and the cinnamon would not be too bad. I don't know. That might be alright. Lithium is used as a mood stabilizer for people who are bipolar. Sadly, it didn't work for me, says Coach Seagal. Yeah, I don't know how much. I think they try to avoid lithium nowadays because I have heard it can cause issues because it is with hydration issues because it's a salt. I don't know how true that is. Eduardo says pumpkin spice pizza. This is America, so yeah, that's around. It really is, and I don't do pumpkin spice. I don't do pumpkin pies. I don't do pumpkin anything except like jack-o'-lanterns. And depending on where I'm at with the house this year, I'm not sure that I'll be doing Halloween this year, but I will definitely be doing Halloween next year as far as like giving out candy. I usually dress up as a clown, kind of insane clown posse style, and then I'll chew up blood pods and just let it drip out of my mouth and down my beard. Then I'll put on a full suit and tie with hat, and I will stand out front with my axe, like an actual axe, and hand out candy. And the older teenagers who participate in Halloween that are probably a little bit too old, when they come up, as they walk away, I'll usually start walking after them, dragging the axe down the stairs. So you hear the ding, ding, and as it falls down the concrete stairs out front, just to get a reaction out of them. It usually works pretty good. Mr. A Cake dresses up as a sexy witch. I'm sure you do. Not you go for the green sexy witch, like, with a slight tinge of that Star Trek green lady humpy in there, or do you go for more of a white faded? Tell us more. We're curious now. Pizza with sweet corn and pineapple, says DC Allen. I'm pretty sure that's a no. Makes you salty, says Raven Looney. Yes, some people, yes, lithium would make them salty. Pumpkin spice pizza. Ugh. Frankenfurter vibes. Franco, I had a couple of, I'm guessing, high schoolers were trick-or-treating, and I was sitting in a chair dressed up with the candy. They came in through the gate, just as they were opening the gate, I stood up from the side of the porch and walked to the center at the top of the stairs. And they stopped and were like, "What the fuck?" And then I set the axe down with candy in one hand, axe in the other, and I started walking down the stairs towards them. And they turned around and started walking, so I started walking a little faster. And they kind of were like, "Nah, fuck this," and they kind of started to not quite run. So I started running and just screaming, "I just want to give you a hug." So they fucking just took off, and I ran down to the end of my walkway just saying that I wanted to hug them, dragging the axe, on the concrete behind me. And they ran off, and a bunch of people were laughing, because it was at that point it was still busy, like trick or treating. This was probably 7 or 8 years ago. So I walked back up. So I walked back up on the porch, and more people came, and I was giving out candy, doing little whatevers. And it was about 15, 20 minutes later, a car pulls up right out front, and the window rolls down, and I recognized one of the kids from that I'd yelled, like was yelling and, chasing out of the yard. So an older lady gets out, obviously their mom. She gets out, looks at me, and I get up and I walk to the porch exactly like I did with them. And she goes, "Are you fucking kidding me? He scared you?" And I just started laughing my ass off. And she just went, "You guys are a bunch of," pardon the French, but she's like, "You guys are a bunch of pussies." And just started laughing at him. Looked at me and said, "That's a good fucking job." And then they got in the car and left. And the two kids were just staring at their laps as they drove off. Like, are you kidding me? You went and told your mommy that the big scary man was trying to give you candy. Like, it was ridiculous. And that was awesome. And that was, like I said, that was about 7 or 8 years ago. I think I did one more Halloween after that, and then just circumstances. There was no more Halloween stuff going on here, but I want to get back into that. So did you chase her? No, I didn't get a chance to chase her because we were just, by then everyone was just laughing at her kids. Well, her kid and I guess his friend. But yeah, I love doing that. When you dress up this crazy clown, just tell everyone you want to give them a hug as you do like the crazy laughter thing, or just I just want to give you a hug kind of thing, but like even louder than that. Apparently, people get a little too scared during Halloween. Crazy, but nah. Next year, when I do Halloween, I want to make sure I go all out. I'm going to get lights and stuff and speakers and probably try to do some jump scare stuff. Like I may put some decorations down along the walkway that just look like decorations and shit, but probably have like maybe 200, 250 watt subs in them so that as they walk past them, they just go just to scare the shit out of them, like maybe do an explosion or a pop or something like that. Eduardo says the Joker next time. Nah, I kind of just do my own thing. I don't really try to base it on anything. Like the clown style, the ICP stylish kind of thing just kind of works for me because it's easy. A couple times I've done like like put a clown mask actually on, like the crazy clown mask thing on, but I prefer to do the paint. Because I've always noticed with different costumes and like full mask costumes versus makeup, the clearer your eyes, you can see their eyes through the costume, the more reaction you get out of it. Like the more of them you can see because you can still see the person kind of thing. To me anyway, that's kind of how I've seen it, as opposed to just a mask where you can kind of see some eyes and you just see a mask, whereas you see a person that's done makeup and like patchwork or maybe done add-ons like with like silicone or like that the clay or whatever the hell that shit is. I forget the word, but makeup-y costumes I find are better than a full mask kind of thing. ICP does not. No, Shaggy does not understand Magnus. He does not. Treasure bloke. Chipmunk does not like clowns. I have a friend who really does not like clowns. Like really, really does not like clowns. Like to the point where I hadn't talked to him in probably 3 or 4 years. And if you don't know my work van, in the passenger seat, there is an inflatable, like, it's called a car buddy. It's kind of like the lawn inflatable things that you see for decorations, but it's Pennywise the clown from It, the movie. You know, the clown that like eats little children in the sewers. So Pennywise has been riding around with me in the passenger seat for almost 2 years at this point, because it was September 2 years ago that I strapped him in for the season, and I just never took him out. Like, it's even been approved by the transportation guy at work, because as long as he wears his seatbelt, which he has his seatbelt on, yeah, we drive around with it all the time. We have fun. And that's just all the time. So we get lots of reactions, especially from security guards. They make sure I sign him in. They like to check to see if he has any ID. I say, I don't know. I don't ask him for that anymore because he ate a guard once. And they go, oh, well, if he's eating people, he can just go, kind of thing. Christian Harold, my car buddy. Yeah, it's actually called a car buddy. Like, on Amazon, you look up, like, car buddy. There's Pennywise. I think there's a Santa Claus. There's a couple different car buddies in there. And I actually have a spare one. So if he goes bad, I have a spare one in case he goes bad, because I guess it's just kind of my thing now. But no, but anyway, wow, ran that one out of fucking off into a tangent. But my buddy, who's afraid of clowns, hadn't seen him for 3 or 4 years, and then all of a sudden my phone rings, and I'm like, holy shit, it's Kev. It's Kevin, not that Kevin, Christian, my buddy Kevin. I'm like, oh shit, it's Kevin. I pick up the phone, I'm like, hey, what's up? And he goes, that shit ain't funny. And I went, the fuck are you talking about? He's like, I see that fucking clown in your car. That shit is not funny. And then I looked up ahead, and I could see him waving out of a window of a truck, like 3 or 4 trucks up ahead in another lane. And I was like, you son of a bitch, that's fucking great. And then we started talking, but yeah, he really does not like clowns. And as soon as he saw that clown, he figured it had to be me, and then he saw it was actually me, and he hadn't talked to him in years, and he calls about my clown buddy. It's great. Oh. But no, I have fun. It's you go anywhere, especially because people don't expect it, like during the summer or during like the spring, and they look up, like you'll be in a parking lot, people look up, or you'll be next to someone, they'll get a little jump scare and then they'll laugh, kind of thing. And that's why I left him in there, because it makes people laugh. So just leave him in there. He doesn't get in the way. He just does his thing, and he eats people if they annoy me. So, you know, fringe benefits, I guess. I love that Scruff Dog is considerate of my special interest, so he gives a warning, just like Clive, telling us about the lights coming on and off. What lights? Coming on and off. I haven't done that yet. Mr. A. Clake, who likes clowns? I fucking love clowns. Let's poll that shit. Let's see. Is that it? Down there. Engage with your audience. Start a poll. Clowns. Let's see. Do you like clowns? Yes. They are groovy. No. I just don't like them. Add option. No. I'm scared of them. And 4. They can eat my booty hole. And ask my community. There you go. Yes, Horavac, that would be the don't give a fuck either way would be the number 4 option for the most part. Motorway, Steve Perry says motorways in the summer always have girls' schools getting their tits out. Oh, at the back window. Yeah, that's a seems to be a high school college thing. Let's see. It's not a bad spread right now. 49 votes. We'll let that go for a little bit more. Booty hole, yes. That would be the back hole, not the front bottom, as Clive would say. They murder small boys. Only a few of them. I mean, there's a few bad apples, but I mean, don't we all just eat children every once in a while? I mean, it's just part of trying things in life. Graham Shaw says, I hate clowns. Stephen King's It fucked up that idea for me. Yeah, apparently that was a great movie for a lot of kids. And when I saw that movie when I was a kid, it just intrigued me. Especially because, let's face it, Tim Curry is the ultimate he's the ultimate Pennywise. The other dude, was it Scarsborough? Or what the hell was his name? He did a pretty good job in the newer one, which is the Pennywise I have is based on the newer one, because that's just what they had. But Tim Curry, I feel, is the better Pennywise. Is what a bad thing, Ravenlooney, eating children? If that's what you mean, then I don't really see the problem. I guess we'll do another moment for the poll. Wait, Tim Curry is in It. Yes, Tim Curry is Pennywise in the original. It's 86 or 87, is it? He is the original Pennywise. He does not wear fishnets in that movie, no. He wears a clown suit and makeup and sharp, pointy teeth as he eats children. It is a good movie. It is definitely, so we can do that Jack Attack in 2 minutes. I guess we'll end the poll here. It looks like we're at 56 votes. We will end it in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This one, not that one. All right. We have. There we go. Most people just don't like them, and that's fine. That for some reason I feel like the farther we go in time, the more clowns are just what the fuck? But I think they're awesome. I think clowns are great. The Tim Curry version is a 2-part TV miniseries. Yeah, I have a merged version off of Pirate Bay or whatever. But either way, if you find it, it's great. Love it. Definitely the better of the two. The new one's good. Definitely, but I prefer the old one. Right now, according to my dashboard, we are at 72 viewers, a 19 chat rate, a total of 270 views, and the average duration of 33. Oh, it just dropped to 66 viewers because it's updating. It's all over the place. And 56 likes. Nice. Thank you. How will we be toasting? I guess we'll grab some of the forbidden fruit for 6 p.m. It's all over the place. That's what she said. Yes, Christian Herald. That is exactly what she said. Electron Box had an ex-girlfriend who was terrified of clowns, dolls, or figurines with shiny faces. The shiny facing I can kind of get. Sometimes them shiny face dolls are a little fucking weird. So I kind of get that. All right, let's do a A toast to Tim Curry. If you want to see some good Tim Curry movies, try the original It and Rocky Horror Picture Show and Clue, the movie based on the board game. Or pretty much anything Tim Curry's in, because he's a fucking great actor. So, sure. Thank you, Jack Attack, for the recommendation. Pretty sure that was you. Yep. So, cheers to Tim Curry and to happy, fun, lovey clowns that just want to give you a hug. And Blankomatic seems to have fixed his noise problem with the same mixer I'm using. It was the USB charging from the laptop. Now it's plugged into a power supply and no hum. That's odd that it was getting noise from a laptop USB port, but I wonder if that is a symptom of a possible issue with the laptop. Oh, that's weird, but fuck it, whatever. As long as it's working. Good. That means you didn't get a bad unit. It was just a funny circumstance. So now you can enjoy and play with your unit. Oh yeah, I gotta turn that off. The only thing I really do with this when I turn it on is I turn the Bluetooth off. Like, I wish there was a way to default Bluetooth was off, because I have no use for it, because I'm not monitoring it with my phone. But besides that, everything else is pretty cool. Mickey Mutu by chance stayed in the hotel that was the building used in the Rocky Horror film. That is fucking cool. Top End Spoony says it could have been ground loop issues. That is a possibility, yeah. Oh, yes, Electron Box. Bob Barker, who hosted the U.S. Games The Price is Right, has died at 99. I did see that this morning. That is right. I did want to bring that up. Because The Price is Right, bitch. Quote that movie. That was a great movie. Now, we'll have to, at 6:20, we'll do a toast to Bob Barker of The Price is Right. Because generally speaking, I heard he was a pretty alright guy from what I understand. Blankomatic Gaming says, yes, and the Bluetooth is only for putting background tunes as you're talking, yeah. And be careful, don't accidentally hit the 48 volt button, because I don't know if some microphones, if they're not 48 volt microphones, apparently some mics can take it, some can't. I don't know if these can. Just don't even fuck with it, unless I guess you get a higher end microphone than this. But like, I don't know, I'm pretty good with this microphone. I don't really see the need at the moment to update it. Sorts my needs. And now that I'm getting foam put up, the acoustic foam, which I'm going to have to sort something out, because I have put two-sided carpet tape on it, but it's sticking to the wall like a motherfucker, but it's not sticking to the foam very well. So I'm probably going to have to pull them down, spray them with super adhesive, which I have, and then put them back up just long enough for the adhesive to hold it in place or the tape to hold it in place while the glue dries. Probably do that tonight or tomorrow. Because, tonight I got to reseal my floor as well. I put the first layer of sealant down on my new bedroom floor of polyurethane. I'm going to put a second coat on tonight after 8 o'clock, after it's been 8 hours. And maybe start getting the new bedroom sorted out next week. Alex Barton says the drone stuff was cool. Thanks. Thank you. Thanks for stopping by. Drone stuff happens, well, up until September 16th. I'll try to get at least one or two more drone streams in. We'll see what happens, because after September 16th, I won't be able to fly until I get a firmware update from DJI, which they don't think it's going to be out until like December. Otherwise, I got to spend almost as much money as a new drone to get a fucking special piece of equipment. But I don't know. Christian Harold says, when is the next KSP? So Clive should be back Thursday. He should be back Saturday on his regular schedules, which means that's when I usually do KSP on the Sunday at 1:05, a little earlier. But I guess while a lot of you are here, let me do another poll to see like what time on a Sunday. What time on Sunday? On Sunday, which I know everyone's going to be a little bit different, but we'll see what the general consensus is here. What time on Sunday is preferred? 1:05 Eastern, which would be 3 hours earlier. 1:05, 3 hours. Ooh. 3 hours early. Look at the keyboard, asshole. 2:05. Add option. Or 3:05. Because either way, I don't want to start a 4:05 stream, because then if it runs late, I'm going to be pushing up against bedtime for work. So we'll ask that. So that would be 3 hours earlier than usual, 2 hours earlier than usual, or 1 hour. So my normal stream time would be on Sundays. But if I'm doing a video game one, then I'll usually do it. I usually do it around 1 or 2 o'clock, but I'm fine with doing whatever. Seems like it's kind of split. And we'll see where it lands. Give that a couple minutes. What time is it now at your place? Right now it is 6:05. And I started at 4:05 my time. Christian says, oh wait, Sunday. Yes, this would be Sunday. What's EDT compared to GMT? Right now it's negative. What GMT? That's UK time, so it's 5 hours. So like, I guess it's what, 11 p.m. where you are. In the UK, should be 11:05. Where right now for me it's 6:05. How about Friday? Joe Russ asks. Friday I do a whole other thing every week during that time slot, so I am not available on Fridays. Yeah, UK is +5. Once you guys do, that's right, yeah, because you guys do your fucking, we both got to do our dumbass daylight saving shit, but we just do it on different dates. So yeah, you're 5 hours later than myself. Alex Barton is just off their tits. Sorry. No, being off your tits is just fine. That is why we are here, to be off our tits and just be hanging out and chilling and having a groovy motherfucking time, baby. It's all good in the hood. Mm-hmm. UK is +1 right now. Yeah, we're on daylight time, so we're +4 or -4 instead of 5. Like, that's whatever. That's stupid. They really need to get rid of that shit. So it looks like for the most part, a slightly later start is preferred. Which I'm fine with that. Yeah, like I can do a 3:05 stream. And then, yeah, for those I usually do for video games, it's 2 or 3 hours, unless, last time I ended up going 3.5 hours. Just kind of see how it goes. And then once we get through that, then I'm going to squeeze in some Lego, a couple hours. Well, I'm either going to do, and I'll figure it out myself, I'm either going to do 2 builds of the Mars rover and the helicopter, like 2 3-hour builds, or I may do one ridiculous 5 or 6 hour full build of it. I guess we'll see when I get around to doing that. That's sitting right down at my feet. The Lego version. That's, what is that, 1,300 pieces or something? But that'll be the first time I've done a big Lego set in a long time. What's up, James Randolph? Welcome. Well, yeah, so yeah, it looks like I'll do a 305 KSP stream this weekend. I'll post that probably on Friday and then advertise it on Saturday in Clive's stream since he is cool with me posting my stuff. Alex Barton built the Lego Wind Tower 3 days ago. 8 hours. I don't know that. Is that like a power wind tower or like windmill kind of tower? Posting your stiff, not my stiffy. How long is the stream tonight? I guess until we all get bored. Like, I don't really. I try to make sure I go for at least 2 hours, and we've hit that point. So anytime after that, but they seem to go for like 3 hours ish. Martin Balm fourths is time for bed. Tramadol, agabapentin, and duloxetine are kicking in. I know what the first two are. My former kitty cat, Jeffrey, who's still around, just not with me, was taking gabapentin for his seizures. NBC went for like 6 or 7 hours once. Yeah, I have that. I have that downloaded. How long was that? That was like the longest Clive stream ever, I guess. Let me check my library. And here, for whatever reason, I named it Mr. Saturday Night. It was, well, actually, that was only 5 hours. They didn't do a much longer one, though. The battery gave up in the end, yeah. Yeah, that's the trick with the NBC streams. As long as they start drinking early enough, then they forget about the time restraints, and then the only thing that limits the stream is the batteries. It's just that Clive's been getting a little bit smarter with the drinking, so we need to just kind of push them a little bit more. If I see Clive drinking with others, I DVR that because I know it might get rowdy, says James Randolph. Yeah, it's never a bad idea to either DVR it or be really quick on the YouTube downloader when the stream's ending. Can we get Clive stoned? If Clive ever comes over to the States, if he makes it here, it's not quite a rule, but it's heavily encouraged that if you enter my house, that you leave it stoned. Not a requirement, but it is heavily encouraged. So if they ever decide to come over here and they swing through Baltimore, then I'll try to get them stoned. And we'll do our best to stream it. There's enough fucking cameras around here to do it, that's for sure. And if need be, I can shift this whole desk situation that way and get more room back here. Fizzy wine equals great rant, says Rifleman. Yes. I don't rant a whole lot, do I? I don't have a whole lot to rant about. But yeah, I don't drink right now. I may restart, who knows, which is funny because I got Jack Daniel shit all behind me. But if, anytime guests come over, alcohol is generally fine. Unless I know they're douchebag alcohol, or they're douchebags when they're drunk. Christian Herald says, if Nicola visits, let the danger noodle out. I'm sure I could get Orihime out. I don't know if Nicola likes serpents or not. The Rambling Mage says you look like you'd play guitar. I used to have a Ibanez Arc, or 1995 Ibanez Arcs 170. I did play for a little while here and there, but life and things and stuff, and now I don't have that guitar anymore. But I have actually considered maybe over the winter I may run up to a pawn shop or something and get another guitar. And then what kind of pushed me a little bit more to do that was when I bought this new mixer. It has an instrument, a 1/4-inch instrument input on it. So I'm like, well, now I can run this shit very easily into the computer. So I will probably end up getting another guitar soonish, and teach myself how to play again. Let's see, Frost Giant says, Scruff Dog, you not ranting is very cool. I don't know, still my thing. Chipmunk says, go to the 5 and dime and get a 6-string. Have a summer of 69.
Where can I find a woman like that?
It's not a bad song. Scruff Dog of the airwaves, hear my request. Which request was that? I'm reporting this station to the FCC. That's fine. I'm sure they can find all kinds of shit on here, because then they can talk to their buddies at the FAA. Yes, copyright. Nicola is hot, but ye gods, the mouth on her, says Chipmunk. She can speak. She can do some talky, speaky for sure. Were I ever Scruff Dog with AWG? No, but well, not online. I've never been that version of Scruff Dog, no. But I have in the past had a license plate that was DAWGY. I actually had that for on 4 different vehicles, and then on my bike over the period of like 20 years. And then I retired it. But I still have a full-size plate and a motorcycle plate of DAWGY. And last I checked, it was still available. So if I ever decide to get another vehicle, I may get cosmetic plates again. But I don't know. Then the other part of me says don't get cosmetic plates, because then you just blend in with everybody else. And ain't nobody paying any fucking attention to you. And sometimes that's even better. Rifleman asks, what type of motorcycle? I have a 95 Honda CBR 600 F3 Super Sport. 600cc engine, 6-speed transmission, Vance and Hines exhausts. When I got a new chain and gear set, I re-geared it for low end. I forget the ratio. I changed it, but I redid the gear ratio and the teeth for a little more torque, since I, at the time, was 230 pounds. I also got, fat guy springs for the front forks. I rebuilt the forks on it. Installed a 2002 Honda CBR F4i gauge set on it. Carburetor was rejetted. What else here? I got Repsol from Europe. Repsol race fairings on it. What are they? Michelin tires. I forget. Oh, a bunch of shit done to it. It used to be fun to ride, but I haven't ridden it in years. So if I decide to fix it up, a lot of it's going to have to be replaced. Clown on a motorcycle. Yes, I have been dressed as a clown and ridden that motorcycle before. Motorcycle, says as Eduardo Espinosa, yes. It was within a month of me buying that someone called it a murder cycle, and I thought it was the funniest fucking thing. Like, to the point where I didn't laugh at them, but it could tell I was laughing at what they said as I was walking away from them. Christian Harold says not a Chevy. No, that bike is the only non-Chevrolet I have ever owned, like vehicle that I've ever owned in my life. If Chevrolet made a motorcycle, I am sure I would have that, but they do not. And lawnmower. Like, let's face it, Honda, as far as I'm concerned, Honda makes one of the best motorcycles out there. I just love them. So that and anything small engine, like, generators, motorcycles, generators, fuck me, lawnmowers, shit like that, air compressors, Honda small engines are just a class of their own, as far as I'm concerned. Granted, my generator is a Robin engine, which is Subaru's small engine, but I also got that generator for free because no one else could figure out what was wrong with it. So I bought a $15 carburetor for it, and it runs fine. Alex Martin dropped their wine. You shouldn't do that. Wine does not like to be dropped. What is the name of your snake? The name of my snake is Orihime, which I will type this spelling in chat. God, I'm a little high. Orihime. That is from the anime Bleach. Since she's a red snake, she's named after one of the main redheads in the Bleach anime. Oh shit, I missed 420 again. Shit, who were we gonna toast? Oh yeah, Bob Barker. Yeah, that's who we were gonna do, because we did Tim Curry at 6. So our slightly delayed 420 or 622, 420 somewhere toast to Bob. Bob Barker. Price is Right. Toast to him. He passed away at the age of 99. So toast to Bob. Cheers, everybody. Sorry about that. Last second, just remembered. I have there's a lot of toasting on this one. Yes, Horvath. Bob Barker kicked the bucket. Burp. Cheers to Bob. Because the price is wrong, bitch. What was that? Hey, girl. There's the other one. Remember that from a couple weeks ago? Before the new mic? And if anybody has to pee, I'm sure this will help. But no, that's Lee Scratch Perry. Like I said, I would like to let her in, but I don't want to confuse her with her making guest appearances on the show but not being allowed in here at any other time. But she is slowly figuring out that this is, well, what I say, grandpa, like she's my grandkitty, because I have Tiny Mama, who is her mama. But she's slowly figuring out this is grandpa's kind of exclusive zone. And what I've been doing is, if I spend a day in here, I make sure I spend at least 2 days out there, like when I'm home. Like Friday nights, like how I said, I got my thing I do on Friday nights is me, and I end up sitting out there on the couch surrounded by them for a solid 6 or 7 hours doing my thing. Knowing, especially like this week, that I'd be in here for 3, maybe 4 hours, I'll probably be back in here later afterwards after I reseal the floor. I'll probably be on Discord. But I've been making sure to spread my time out so that they know I'm not trying to ignore them. I'm just over here now, and, and then I'll go hang out with them for a while. We'll get lots of fuzzy cuddles and stuff. So don't worry, I'm not like totally ignoring them or anything, or ignoring her. It's just they're learning slowly. The Scruff Cave, says Chipmunk. Yeah, this is pretty much the Scruff Cave, yeah. The built-in man cave office studio thing, a jigger. Curious to know what the dropping sound is, says Redhead Forester. They have a like a cat bowl thing. That just it's a pump and a bowl and a thing and whatever and a filter and a thing, and the water actually comes out of what looks like a little daisy, like yellow center, white petals, just kind of comes out in 6 little streams, so it gives them running water, filtered running water. I got that one up here, and I have a bigger one downstairs. And then I have regular water bowls all over the place as well, just so they can decide if they want running water or stagnant water, and I change that every day. As well, yeah, cat fountains. Or the now you gotta pee microphone. I put that out there. That's actually 2 microphones that are in the wall. And part of the new wall. You are a good cat grandfather, says Chipmunk. Well, thank you. They seem to like hanging out with me. I guess otherwise they wouldn't be trying to get in, which sucks. But there's too much cat delicate things in here. But I do have a hammock, like suction cupped, like one of those suction cup cat hammocks on the glass, but they never get in it. Like I bought 2 of them thinking, hey, like cool, I'm going to get hammocks for in here. I bought 2 of them. They don't use either of them. So one of them actually have stuffed animals in on this side of it. So like the stuffed animals are facing, into the hallway. So I'm using one of them just for stuffed animals, just so I had a place to put them because they have like no interest in them. But what I did was I took the cushion out of the stuffed animal one, and that's now sitting in the living room on one of the chairs that Lee sleeps on all the time. So I'm hoping and she's been sleeping on the little pad for it. So I'm hoping getting her scent in there and getting the other cats to sleep on there, get that little pillow scented up. Then I'm going to switch and put that pillow in the hammock and take the pillow that's in the hammock now and then put it on the chair and see if building scent up lets them know that they can sleep in there. Redhead Forester asks, how many pets do I have? I have 1 corn snake and 4 fuzzbutts. My fuzzbutts, or my kitty cats, are Spaz, who is her own tribe. She is almost 11. And then we have Tiny Mama, or Bow Bow, who was a feral cat, who's really, really bad at being feral. She's super cuddle monster. But my neighbors found her. She is 6.5, 7.5. And when we found her, she was roughly 6 months old. We brought her in, and cat's gestation period, like a human's pregnancy period, is 9 months. Cat's is 65 days. Got her in the house, took her to the vet the next day. Vet did tests, no pregnancy, everything was fine except for some fleas. Took care of that over the period of a little while. But when it's exactly 65 days after we brought her in, she had a bunch of kittens, and we saw them growing and all that, so that was fine. So she had 5 kittens, and then with the divorce and everything, 3 of her kitties left, and her and 2 of her kitties stayed. So we have Spaz, who's her own tribe, Bow Bow, which is Tiny Mama, and then with her we have Lee Scratch Perry, her daughter, my grand kitty, and then Ronnie, who is the ginger boy. He's a little skittish. He's he was a basement cat, but now that the bedroom's getting ready to get moved upstairs and be turned into a lab slash workroom with tools and like dangerous shit in it, that's going to be closed. So he's been sleeping in the storage room lately. So I call that room now. That room's I just call it Ronnie's room. It was a storage room. I'm actually need to rename it in Alexa and shit as Ronnie's room. Because now he's staying upstairs for the most part. He also sleeps in the quote guest room, which was like I kind of had like an extra storage room and I had a bed and some tables and shit. So I just kind of made a guest room just as a place to put shit, just because I had the stuff. But he sleeps in there sometimes too. Didn't Baltimore get nuked in the sum of all fears? Asked Chipmunk. Yes, Raven Stadium got blowed up, which is 5 miles that way at the Skull. Baltimore is world famous for crime. What's it like living nearby? Rifleman says. I don't bother going into the city anymore unless I have to for work. Like I used to go down to Fells Point, which is it's down on the water. There's a bunch of nightclubs and food places. It's like the trendy Chad upcoming Karen-y slash trendy cool hipster place neighborhood to go on Fridays and Saturdays. Like I used to go there, but that's now full of a bunch of people just trying to fucking rip you off. The Inner Harbor itself used to be nice, but now you got people like you're in like the tourist trap areas and you got morons riding dirt bikes and shit through there. People getting mugged and shot all the time. It's like, that's just no point for me to go into Baltimore City anymore. Like, whatever. I'll go in there when I have to work. Otherwise, I have no reason to go in there. It sucks. It's just turning into a shithole. Every time we get a new mayor, like everything tries to get better for like half a second and then it just turns into shit again. And the mayor down there is all the same as all the rest. Just lots of words, not much action, and just crap. So, yeah, I don't really recommend anybody coming to Baltimore to visit because there's not much to see unless you know somebody or you have a specific destination. Otherwise, like, just leave it off of the itinerary. Chipmunk likes all cats, but they hate me and they hate me for it. Who hates you? The cats hate you for it? Hairless kitties or some breeds like Himalayans don't. Hairless kitties are like Sphinx cats are just weird. They're like sharp ball sacks that just walk around and eat food. Chicago is America's only real city. Why is that, Christian? I've driven through Chicago, but I've never like stayed there. Redhead Forester, I wouldn't consider myself a cat person at all, but I do appreciate how different cat personalities are. And they are cute and fluffy, and I'll pet them given the chance. Yeah, cats, like all my cats are completely different personalities. Like when I had 7 cats, they were all completely different personalities. Like act like with 7 cats, like I could close my eyes and pet them and tell just from the touch of the fur. They all have different voices. They ran down the stairs differently. Like there's a lot of uniqueness through cats besides just what they're knocking off the table at any given time. Graham Shaw is in Scotland, 11 miles from Glasgow. Do I like Garfield? I have Odie tattooed right there. I fucking love the Garfield cartoons. Odie was my first tattoo, and I can actually just draw Odie. Like I'm really good at drawing Odie, and I still to this day will randomly just put little Odie graffitis in random places. Oop. If that's what you meant, Eduardo. Asking if I like Garfield. Yeah, I flushed all my cats' toilets today. They're chipmunk. All their little litter boxes. They've recently been moved around because the new bedroom is where the cat room was, and it had 1.3 litter boxes in it, and then 2. But that is where my new bedroom is going to be. So now there are no litter boxes in it. And now the litter box is just outside the door until I work out more of the situation and figure out the more permanent spot for it. Which may be where it actually is right now. But right now the cats like it. And I moved one upstairs. I don't know that there's ever been one upstairs, at least not in the past 5 years. So now there's one litter box on each floor for 4 cats, which isn't bad. And there's also a food and water station on each floor for the kitty cats. But I only have 2 litter boxes. Actually, a litter box and a half, I guess, technically, you would call it. Since I don't have the washroom downstairs. Alex Barton says, anyone for pools? Anyone for pools? Like swimming pools? My neighbor has a swimming pool. They say I can use it whenever I want, but I don't really swim much. When I do, it's usually like at a beach. But I mean, that's cool. That's the neighbors that, if you've watched any of my other videos, like the Christmas streams, like with the like 8 million watts worth of blow up Christmas decorations and lights and shit next door. Like their pool, they're cool with it. Most living things. Matt Helsher? Helsher? Most living things you can be familiar with have intangible qualities and habits that differentiate them in subtle ways, enough to tell them apart by the sound of them approaching and such. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, with all 7 cats being completely unique. Of course, they all look different too, which is funny. Like Tiny Mama had 5 kittens, and she had 1 Russian blue. Then she had a black cat, and then Ronnie, which is a ginger boy. And Lee Scratch Perry, who is the Dilute Tortie Show, and then Jeffrey, who was the orange back and white undercarriage. 5 completely different cats from one Tiny Mama. So that tells you right there. Then they were all completely different. What do my cats think of my car buddy? Asked Christian, I don't know that they've really seen. I mean, they've seen the box for the spare downstairs, but it hasn't gotten peed on, so I guess nobody's claiming it. So I guess they're fairly indifferent to it. Are we talking about Hooker? Oh, Christian likes to hear the story of the dead hooker behind a dumpster in the red light district. I think Christian has a special fascination with dead hookers. And this was just a rough example, not a real life experience. I would never leave a hooker rotting behind a dumpster. That's a waste of good meat. Alex Barton likes bunkers. I would love to put a bunker like under my house if I weren't at 16-foot elevation and a quarter mile from water on 3 sides of the peninsula I'm on. That would just be a total pain in the ass. Ramshaw's cat is a gray and white tuxedo cat. The last tuxedo cat I knew on a regular basis was a Maine Coon named Sylvester. Problem with Sylvester was he was so old that he died, but nobody like told him he died for like 2 years before he finally figured it out and passed away. He was like, I think it was 16 or 17, like some ridiculous age, but he was a cool cat until he just kind of just fell on bad health, and there was not much anybody could do. It was just, what's wrong with him? It's just old. You know what I mean? He was a big old tuxedo cat. What's up, Brad's Guitar? Welcome to the stream, good sir. And how are you on this fine, let's see, you're what, Sunday at this point? You and your Australian time machine? Careful. Elbow slipped. I gotta watch your 6 a.m. stream from yesterday. I was gonna watch that tonight as a good chill session. I saw that pop up on my thing yesterday. Lockwatcher has a rat terrier and we have a coonhound. The coonhound would eat a cat for dinner if it could catch one. Yeah, out back, I think I've shown it once or twice, like the concrete pad I have out back with the burn barrel, that apparently the former owners, which were the original owners of the house itself, apparently they used to have a bloodhound cage on that pad, and that's where they kept a bunch of hunting dogs. It's 8 feet. 8 feet wide and 11.5 feet long. Like they just custom poured some shit, put a cage up, and I guess it had a dog house attached to it at some point. But they used to keep hunting dogs here at this house. But by the time I moved in, it was just an empty concrete pad. Like the cage part of it was gone. I think at some point you could still see the rings where like the poles were set into the concrete, but I don't know that I've really seen them lately. But I want to take that pad and at some point, maybe in a year or two, get some shit settled down, get some money saved up, and build it up to be a shed where I can store all my like shit that's in my garage now. I can put it in the shed and then use my garage for I may buy a car in a year or something, like maybe like a Chevy Malibu. I'd love to find something in a 5-speed, but like I'm kind of getting like I just don't drive the Suburban much anymore. And then a couple weeks ago, I went to drive it, shifted in reverse, put my foot on the brake, and my foot went foop, and then the rear of the brake line that goes back to the rear of the truck popped again, rusted out like they do, and I'm just like, just getting fed up with driving the old truck around. So I might next year go ahead and get myself a car, and then I can actually fit it in the garage because the Suburban doesn't fit in the garage. But we'll see how it goes. I mean, I have another engine for the Suburban sitting in the garage, but I mean, I can put that in a go-kart for all I care. If I can, as long as I can find a way to transfer power from a 350 to the ground, whatever it takes, I'll put it in a go-kart. I'll put it in a fucking wheelchair. I'll put it in a drone, whatever I need to. DC Out is heading out. Have a good night. I'll see you probably next week then. Will the shed be wheelchair accessible? Yeah, actually, it'll be built with a ramp in it just to make getting a lawnmower in and out easier. Brad's Guitar asks, does salt on the road rust cars like in 5 to 10 years over there? Seems insanity to salt the road. It does if it's not as bad as actual salt. Now it's some weird, I forget what kind of chemical shit it is, but it's not quite salt anymore. So it's slightly less corrosive, but it still can fuck your shit up. So we have a lot of car washes around here that have, undercarriage sprayers, and I'll usually hit one of them, once or twice through the winter, on the work van, just to help keep that thing going, because setting up a work van sucks, and I don't want the floor to rust out on it or anything. So it's not as bad as, like, say, South Main Auto, who have salted roads 365, because they put salt on the dirt roads to help keep the dust down. So it's not bad as that. Matt Herschel says it's often still mostly sodium chloride, but also calcium chloride and magnesium. I think Maryland uses magnesium chloride, because in my head I kept hearing magnesium as I was saying that. It might be calcium, but I'm feeling like it's magnesium chloride that we use here. Right, says just moved to Australia and no snow here. Like, is there just nothing there ever? Has it ever snowed there? Because, like, it usually doesn't snow in Texas, and then, like, a few years ago, it snowed in Texas. Like, I got, like, just a few inches of snow, and it knocked out power. Like, it was a fucking national, like, tragedy, pretty much, because it accidentally snowed in Texas. But apparently it's starting to snow down there slightly more often. Sodium chloride is salt, yes. Rifleman says, if you get a Chevrolet car, do you consider a front rear-wheel drive or V8 or 4? Oh, if I get a Chevy car. I would like at least either a 4-cylinder turbo or a stout 6-cylinder. So I'd have to see what the offerings were through the years and research which the 6-cylinders, because there's, in a mid-sized car, there's usually 2 different 6-cylinders, or like nowadays there's usually a 4-cylinder turbo. I think GM is offering a 3-cylinder turbo as well, or maybe that's Ford. But if I had the choice between a 4-cylinder turbo or just a V6, I'd probably go with the 4-cylinder turbo, because then I wouldn't have to add one to the V6, because I can't stand driving anything that is factory stock. Like, it's got to get something done to it. And I want to buy something that's kind of mid-size, but that either is a little zippy or that can be made a little zippy without much, too much modification. Then on the other hand, like, I wouldn't be against buying my first non-Chevrolet car if I happen to stumble upon a nice, early mid-2000s WRX STI. Jervis wants to know if I would get a discount with the Chevy if I showed them the tattoo on my chest. I would probably ask, I would most likely ask if I could get a discount, yes. I don't know if I could, but I would most likely ask. Mike Watcher says, do you drive a stick? I can drive, I can drive a motorcycle, manual. I've driven in my life 4, 5, 6-speed manuals. I've driven a heavy-duty truck, 9-speed transmission. I can, it's not bad once you figure it out. And learning to ride a bike was easy because I knew how to drive a stick or manual transmission. And I really kind of prefer a manual, just because in my day and age growing up, you had more control of the transmission with a manual, which I understand in a lot of cars you can now switch the automatic into manual mode and paddle shift or button shift it, which is cool, but I just kind of like shifted my own gears. Like in the work fan, sometimes I'll put that, like if it's real trafficy, I'll put it in manual mode, and that way I can control the gears, and I'll hold my hand on the shifter because that's where the buttons are, and it feels like I'm driving a manual transmission anyway, so I wouldn't mind just having a manual transmission. Is it 4 on the floor or 3 on the tree? My old truck had 3 on the tree. My Cavalier had 4 on the floor, and then I had another truck that had a 5-speed. I've driven a 6-speed Camaro, 5-speed Mustang, 9-speed, what was that? A fucking, like 26,000 pound truck, you know, big U-Haul truck, like the bigger size U-Haul trucks. Those you just got to be a little more steady with your shifts, not so poppy hoppy like you are, say, in my old V6 Cavalier. Lockwatcher says stick shift is nice in the Ohio winter. Yeah, as far as I know, especially in the UK, aren't manual transmissions still kind of the way to go? Because for some reason they're phasing that shit out in America. What are they doing in the UK? I've heard it's that the manuals are still kind of the thing over there because a lot of your trips are really short, quick trips. So why go through the complication of an automatic? Frost Giant says my French car has an electric hand brake and I keep grabbing for the non-existent lever. Like and Code says, yes, most cars are manual. Manual seems to be the thing, says Alex. Treasure Bloke says manual is really dominant. See, that's like, I wish it was like that over here still. Like, I like being involved in what my car or my vehicle is doing. Right, so when I had my my Cavalier Z24 convertible, that was the 2.8 V6 5-speed that I could somehow still get 26 miles to the gallon with the top down on a 5-hour drive out to Ohio way back in the day. But and like that was just a great car to drive, and a 5-speed was a really good gear progression for the size and the weight of the car. Chipmunk says automatic is becoming more common now due to EVs, but for ICE, it is still manual dominant. ICE meaning internal combustion engines, if those of you that may not know, and EVs being electric vehicles. Chipmunk also says, I think that manual keeps you more aware of your surroundings. Yeah. It really ties you into the car. I think it just gives you a better driving experience as well. And in some ways, it helps you see a problem coming before it's significant, just because there's more physical contact points with you. You know, that way it's not just on the steering wheel. Like, that's great for feeling steering and, say, brake problems. But I got 2 hands. I can do that with 1 hand. It's nice to have a hand on the powertrain as well, because now you can feel that misfire a little bit more. Or you might be able to feel something going a little bit weird in the transmission when you're hitting the clutch in. Like, it's like Venom, you know, the comic Venom that's like, you know, gets all integrated and like fucking takes you over. Like, that's kind of you when you're in a manual transmission. Like, you are much more integrated with the vehicle and your surroundings. Definitely, I would say, yeah, I would definitely agree and say that it definitely makes you just much more aware of everything. MLX asks, has anyone else failed to get a driver's license? Now, I got lucky. I passed it on my first try. But it was funny. When I took it, you had to go through whatever classes to get your learner's permit. And then to get your license, you had to go through 6 hours of actual driving in 3 2-hour sessions with a driving instructor in like the funny car with the 2 pedals. And the ones we used were just 2 pedals, 1 steering wheel. And of course, when I took it, all 6 hours were during winter storms. One of them was during pretty much a straight up blizzard where they called to cancel, and I went, no, there's no way you're going to call and cancel during a winter storm. They're like, why? It's dangerous out there. I went, exactly. Why should I take 6 hours of driving lessons in the fucking summer, pretty beautiful conditions? If I'm going to learn to drive, I want to learn to drive in the shit. And I convinced the first 2 were the same instructor, and the third time was a different instructor that had heard stories about me, so they knew that on the third day it was still snowing that they wanted to, I was going to want to do it, and they all agreed. And I've learned to drive in the snow in, I think it was a automatic Ford Escort. But they gave me a lot of tips on how not to die because they were with me in the snow. No, Christian, that's not how they died. Now, I don't know what it is now. I think you need, like, it's something ridiculous now. Like, I don't think you can get your license in Maryland now unless you have, like, community service or community hours, or maybe that's graduation. But I feel like that's somehow tied into license nowadays in Maryland. Like, I feel like it's a lot more difficult to get it, which apparently is why a lot of younger people just aren't. And they're just using the bus or a scooter or just work from home. Jack Black Roger says, in the U.S. we had rabbits and Golfs for the Volkswagen. Yeah. I knew. See, growing up, my neighbor had a rabbit. And he had a bunch of little, like, dinky DIY, little goofy stuff done to it. And when I was like younger teenager, you know, since he was my neighbor, he was cool. You know, we just kind of hung out in the neighborhood with everyone else, and we'd fucking go off and just like zing around in the car, have a good time, grab a couple kids. He'd grab like one of the other neighbor, you know, adults or dads or whatever, and go riding around zinging in the rabbit through twisties and turns. And then me and my dad would do that sometimes, and then I got older and then I started doing it and just driving like a fucking idiot sometimes. Graham Shaw, car test passed after the third time because reasons. Bike test passed on the first time. Yeah, when I got my motorcycle credentials, when I had to pass state test, I passed that the first time. You could lose up to 6 points, I think it was, and I lost 1 because on one of the turnarounds, my big gigantic ass on a single cylinder tiny little Yamaha bike, like just way top heavy, because at the time I had like another 50 pounds on me. So I mean, it's like, you know, trying to balance a bear on a needle. But I had to put my foot down, like a quick tap on one of the turnaround tests, but everything else was fine. James Radoff knew someone with a diesel rabbit. That thing could drive forever on a tank. Oh yeah, I knew see, Mr. Chris, that was my neighbor. I just remembered his name. He had that rabbit. His was a gas, but I feel like one of like somebody else. I feel like I knew someone that has a diesel rabbit. I know someone that had at least a diesel Volkswagen. It may have been a rabbit. Those were pretty stout engines from what I understand. And I deal with a lot of diesel Volkswagens at the job because they used a lot of those engines in certain industrial equipment, and that's always a pain in the ass because it's some weird mixture of proprietary, like OE Volkswagen automotive shit, and then like proprietary weird aftermarket propane fuel systems add-ons, and it's always a nightmare. Ow. Oh, that's a good set of cracks there. Oh, it's almost 7 o'clock. We're gonna need another toast. We are at 69 viewers. Nice. Hey, what's up, Rob? He just got home. Welcome home. Everyone here seems to be fairly groovy. And Franco Walker hates cars. He drove them, but he hated it. I used to enjoy driving a lot more than I do now because ever since the 2020 thing, it seems like that was the instant trigger for the people that were still driving for that year or so to just drive like fucking morons. And now that's just what happens. Like the recklessness that it's like every single day. Like I'll be doing, like going to Amazon. There's a stretch of road that's a perfectly straight stretch of road. Got a wide shoulder, one lane going one way, one lane going the other way, and then another wide shoulder. Speed limit on said road is 45 miles an hour. I typically go down at about 55. And at 55 miles an hour, there will be people flying past me, weaving through construction signs and cones to pass me in the shoulder to go around to get down to the big sharp turn that like makes the cut in front of Amazon. Like I see that shit every day. Coming out, like right now it's a one-way road for about 2 miles. There'll be people driving the wrong way because they don't feel like taking a long way around. And then they get pissed at you when you don't get out of their way, when you're going the correct way. And that's like, you want me to move? No, why don't you turn around and then go fuck yourself? Like, oops. But now it's driving used to be a very entertaining thing for me, and now it's just so annoying. Like, I don't enjoy driving at all. I mean, I used to I used to drive 9, 10, 12 hours a day for my old job, and just because I didn't mind driving, like I had fun. But now it's too much of a pain in the ass, and you just see all these morons running around. The Rambling Mage, Scruff, do you do some rambly chatty streams like this when not filling in for Clive as well? Sorry, I'm new. No problem, and welcome. I used to do them every once in a while, but since people seem to be enjoying them, I'm considering doing it more often. Since Clive is doing much shorter streams on Saturday, I'm thinking of maybe every 2 weeks doing an after Clive stream. Like, I don't know, something like that. I mean, and at that point, I could roughly schedule it for, since he's been doing most of his streams to 5:30, I could, like, schedule a 6 o'clock stream on Saturdays for a couple hours. I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily want to do it every week, but, like, I may do it every couple weeks. Like, if people start showing up, that's cool. Like, I could always, like, schedule it for 6 with the thing that says, or 10 minutes after Clive ends the stream. That way everybody has a chance to take a piss, grab a drink. I don't know. I mean, at that point, and then it would kind of just be the same as Clive's old 3-hour streams. It would just be half Clive and then half my dumbass. Herbert Trouser Fancy S, you would be there for an after Clive stream if I did that. That's cool. Like, I can do that. I kind of considered it, and I do want to talk to Clive when I get a chance. Maybe we can sort out some way to do like a co-stream thing. Jack Attack says, patience, lack of it now or just the same? What do you mean? Like, I'm pretty patient? Gas Smasher. There you are. Brad said, I was thinking of doing that. Now I have enough subs to sustain chatting only before I had to do work to fill the quiet streams. Yeah, that's like this. Doing this for Clive actually gave me about 110 more subscribers, and hopefully a bunch of you will hang out. If you like video games, I do that shit sometimes. If you like drones, I do that shit sometimes. And I guess I can start doing this shit sometimes. Paul Norman, hello. Scruff Dog fell asleep and missed the stream. Well, you didn't miss all of it because I'm still running my mouth. And we're holding pretty steady for the past couple hours, so I'll just keep running my mouth. Christian Harold says, if you just chill personally, you don't have to stress over the quiet moments. Just trying to chill, that is for sure. How long before I say I go fuck it? Oh, patience. Do I have a lack of it now? Is it just, I don't know, I'm paid. How long before I go fuck it tonight? I don't know. We'll see. Like, shit, we actually just got one more viewer. Hey, what's up, new person that just joined in the past minute? What's up? HVAC overtime regularly has 4, often involving Clive. Yeah, I got to figure out like how to do it. Apparently the YouTube app now has it built in for certain people, or you use stream something or something stream to do a split stream like that. Like I used to watch, I can't even remember his name. It was this this old dude that I feel like he was in a wheelchair, and he would just come on every once in a while, kind of like this. He had like 5,000 subscribers, and people would just bullshit with him, kind of like we do, and would like send him a couple bucks, and he would get food delivered. Like I watched him for a little while, and then like I stopped seeing the streams, so I don't know if he's still around or what he was called. Like I forget, but like he used a thing where he would basically say, if anybody wants to join, just give me your email address, and he would send them a link, and then they would be able to join, and the screen would split. I forget what he used, but it was like, it's one of them things, if I see the name, like I'll know what it was, but I forget what it was called. Brad's guitar, mixing up hide glue and fixing a broken Gibson next today. The garage workshop smells like a meat rendering plant. I've worked in enough meat rendering plants to have an idea of what that may smell like. Well, let me tell you. Alex Barton says, love this and love the company. Well, hey, we love you too, buddy. We love you too. And that's why we're all hanging out. Oh, well, okay. Also, if you haven't been here before, I guess I'll, oh, and just side note, just because I figured out a way to, a more efficient layout for OBS, especially for the audio. And now I can see like my stats, like my nerd stats or stats for nerds that you see on a lot of these. I can actually see that now too, which is nice. Let's see. Oh yeah, for those that haven't been around, here's the backstage, what I call the backstage camera. So now you can get to see my bald ass head. And then these 2 screens are on an Intel NUC, and these 3 screens are on my main rig, which is a i9, 11th gen i9, 64 gigs, RAM, RTX 3070, yada yada. Way in the back there, you have a Happy Tree Friends rug, Rick and Morty portal. That's the Woofle Cam. That's Ice-T. That's Black Cherry. That's you.
That's you.
So yeah, and there's my phone over there. And this is the hook I hang my headphones on. Mission control, yes. I tend to call this mission control. Brad's guitar, holy fuck all the monitors, yes. Like the big computer actually has 6 total outputs. I could have 6 monitors hooked up to it if I really, really wanted to, but I think 3 is good enough. And the Intel NUC on the bottom, I like using that as a like a quote unquote monitor for the stream, because it's also on, I keep that on my VPN. So that is a completely remote connection no matter what. When that way I can see if there's any problems for the most part. And I used a VPN for, everything else as well. Raven Looney has never used more than 1 monitor. I did not for a long time. But then when I got 2, I went, wow, this is actually pretty cool. And then the first time I hooked up 3 on 1 computer, it was just like, this is insane. Just all the crap I could pull up. Which, especially like at work, when you're doing like diagnostics, that way you can have like schematics on the big screen, other schematics, another page over here, theory of operation over here. Or if I'm here doing stuff like that, I can have all that, and then I can have like, if we had some training video at some point, I can have that playing down there, and then have different shit over there. Like I definitely utilize all the monitors, generally speaking. The only reason right now that one of my monitors isn't needed is because that's where chat would normally be, on the lower monitor, and I'd usually have a video game on the big monitor. But you are on the big monitor now because there are no video games. Electron Box says you can't have too many screens. Even if you are out of monitor ports, there's plenty of software to convert a spare laptop into another screen over the LAN. Yes, or you can get like one of the USB hubs which have more video ports on them. That's what I did with the Nook, because it only has one video output. The second output is off of a little cheapy USB-C hub, because that Nook actually has a USB-C port on it. So that's how I got the second monitor plugged into that. Rob Worrell says, I'm on 3 monitors and feel lost without them now. Yeah. Fan plant 2 or more is the way to go. And, you know, like, I know some people got those fucking, like, super ultra wide monitors. It's basically like 2 4K monitors or 2, like, 1440 monitors put together. And, like, I get it. And they got, like, the curve thing going on, which is basically here. Let me switch views while I'm doing this, because just so you can see why I'm doing, you know, why I'm, like, I get, like, like, even at Amazon, you see the box, the monitor that's this goddamn long, and it's like the curved monitor. Like, I get that. That's cool. I understand that I could replace this with one monitor, but I really, for my head, I really need that physical break. I really need that physical separation that I can't get in my head with just a window. Like, I need the plastic there. I need to do that for me. So I'll never be one of them people that uses one big ass monitor. I really need multiple monitors to help me segregate and separate my thoughts out. Sectioned out. Yes, Jack Attack. Like, I need that hard barrier. Just a window frame does not work for me for whatever reason. Giant says, I just have one monitor, but it's 52 inches. Yeah, I have. When this rig was downstairs, one of the 4th monitor ports was occasionally hooked to my 52-inch TV, which was kind of just off screen, like that way. I would occasionally run stuff through it. Let me switch back here. But yeah, like, anyway, but having these 3 is great. And plus, if I had like the 56-inch or 54, I think it's 54 I just saw one at work. But if I had that wide screen, then, like, when I use this tall one for chat, like, then I wouldn't have that tall one for chat. I'd have just a square for chat. Like, when I'm on Discord or if I am playing the game, I usually have chat right there or down here. But I love having this tall monitor. I just find it incredibly useful. Ian Dawkins says, yes, I absolutely agree. I have 3 27-inch monitors and love it. Yeah, I wouldn't mind having, like, actually the stand I have that holds these 3 monitors up is made for 3 up to 27-inch monitors, but the center one's only 27-inch. The other 2 are 21. Yeah, they're 21 inches, but I wouldn't mind having more 27-inch monitors. But for right now, this kind of works. If I ever get a new TV, then my 52-inch 1080p TV will probably end up in here, probably against that wall, or maybe just kind of angled weird. Wow. Sorry. Or maybe just like up on the ceiling, kind of angled weird as like another look-up monitor. But yeah, if I at some point get another TV, I will end up putting another one in here, one of the old ones, somewhere. Because, like, yeah, you really can't have too many monitors. Especially with the, now that I have 5.1 in here, 500 watts of 5.1 surround sound in here, which is fucking loud in here. 85-inch, holy Arthur Two Sheds at Jackson says, I knew someone who bought an 85-inch TV yesterday. His living room is tiny. He sits 3 to 5 feet away from it. Holy shit. Like, I'm telling you, like, I have a 65-inch in my living room right now, and I sit 10 and a half feet. My head is 10 and a half feet away from it. But I am considering getting an 83 or 85-inch TV. Or no, what did they do? 65, and then it's 73, and then 85, something like that. But if I get another TV, it will likely be an 85-ish inch TV for the living room. But at least I'm sitting like 10 feet away from it. Like when you're that too close, like if you're playing a video game, you're trying to see what the fuck is going, like holy shit. Yeah, that's a little close. Did I miss a toot toot? We did Bob Barker at 6. Did I miss the 7 o'clock? Hold on. Oh, I can't scroll back that far, can I? No, I can scroll back that far. Was there a Cheers? I thought we did something at 7:03. No. Okay, yeah, I guess I missed this. I guess we'll do one at 7:20 then. And I saw, as I'm scrolling back, the Rambling Mage. I guess you're still here. Who asked, do I ever get nervous before a live stream? Every fucking one. Yes, absolutely. A little bit of anxiety. Not as much lately, because it's been going pretty smooth. Every drone stream is nothing but anxiety, because I got to make sure the drone flies. You know, I've literally had it where I was at the house for a 105 stream one time. I was at the house at 11:05 or like 11 o'clock a.m. I turned everything on, connected it, checked for updates, said there was no updates. I was like, cool. I got to where I was flying at 12:30. I turned everything on, and suddenly it had a fucking like 20 gig update. Like between then and then, and I'm on cellular data. And luckily I got the update done like 2 or 3 minutes before I had to go online. And I think I may even said this was one of my earlier streams, but anything involving the drone is always stressful, especially because cell signal blows everywhere. 5G is a fucking joke right now, unless you have the fucking antenna up your butt. So there's always anxiety with drone streams. With these chat streams, there's not much anxiety. Like, I was pretty chill today. I was probably the most chill I've been before any stream, but that's, I think, just because we're just all chilling. Oh yeah, the 20 gig update 404, and I found out it's because it was a big app update. Like it had a big firmware. It was turned out it was one of their major stepping stones for DJI. It was just fucking insane. It had new firmware for everything, and it just came with it whether you wanted it or not. And I don't know, it sucked. But as far as anxiety, drone streams are always fucking stressful. KSP streams. The KSP2, they're kind of stressful because we're going against the Kraken. If you don't know, in the Kerbal culture, the Kerbal realm, if there is a bug occurring, it is because the Kraken, like, you know, the fucking Zoidberg, Zoidberg Extreme, the Kraken is fucking with you. That is the cause of all bugs in Kerbal Space Program, be it 1 or 2. Franco Walker is off for the evening. Take care. Sleep well. Love you too. But so there's always a little bit of nervousness there. Like this past Thursday, 2 Thursdays ago, whatever, when I did the KSP stream during the Patreon time slot, like the game crashed. It got to the point it wasn't loading the background, and then the trajectory lines, which are supposed to be straight, looked like, you know, the jankiest jigsaw fucking saw blade you've ever seen. So I actually had to restart the game at some point, which that's nerve-wracking because you don't want to lose the save game that you're on part 9 of, you know, that you've had hours in with your YouTube. So knowing that KSB2 is a little buggy gets me a little nervous. But these chill and chat streams, I'm kind of just, now that honestly, I think it's just, a lot of it's because of the equipment. Now that I have a better microphone and I know I don't sound so bad, I think that helps. Like I have everything situated, so for these streams, I think it's just a lot easier for me now. So like I'm sure that's way over explanation for what you may have been looking for, but yeah. So yeah, sometimes I do get nervous. 404 is not found says they don't do TV either. YouTube and Plex for me. Yeah, I don't do TV anymore. I do YouTube and MB Premiere, which I use occasionally. You know, you're out somewhere, plug your phone into someone's computer and like log in. Don't save the fucking password, but I have it set up. I can remotely log into my MB server so I can watch shit while I'm out. Scruff, Mike and Co says, Scruff, look, you have more viewers than likes right now. Oh, yeah, I have 67 viewers and 70 likes. Nice. We've had 343 views with an average view duration of 44 minutes. Not bad, not bad. Echo the Husky is off. Good night. Sleep well. Thank you for swinging by. Oh, wait, that may have been a little bit farther back. My scroll thing locked up. Graham Shaw, I really need to go to bed as well. I'm up at 5.5 hours. Good night, everyone. Thank you. Thank you, Graham Shaw. Have a good evening. Have a good sleep. 20 past. Oh, shit. 20 past. Okay, what are we going to toast to? Let's do a double fist on the vapes. Does anyone have a toot time? I will see what possibilities we have. Hey, you know what? Never mind. No, I'm sorry. I am sorry. I have it. I am sorry. We have it. To Miss Joyce. Chipmunk. To Miss Joyce. Here's to you. May you have an excellent weekend. Chipmunk, tell him who she is. Cheers to you, my dear. There you go. Don't anybody tell him, but I got a crush on Miss Joyce. All right. That was a good 20 toast. Damn it, microphone. I got to work on this. I think I need to pull this XLR cable up a little bit because I do kind of boink that a little bit more than anything else at this point. And I'm pretty sure I got the position of it set in, so I don't need it to be, well, this part is just here, but the part under here that I keep boinking is boinky. Christian says, yes, tell her the scary clown man said hi and wants to hug and touch her. I will drink secondly to that a Brit. Very impressive. Toast to the Indian brothers that made that land. Oh, yeah, the Indian landing. Yes. We'll, oh shit, we can't woofle. We're out of fucking gas. We'll do a substitute toast to the Shad, I forget how you pronounce it, but yeah, I actually watched that. India, if you don't know, just landed a lander and rover on the moon, the south pole of the moon. Was it 2 nights ago? This was, 2 or 3 days after the Soviet Luna 25 mission failed. They were doing a retro burn to slow the craft down for a landing. This is Russia's. And apparently it burned for too long, and they hit the surface at orbital velocity, which I don't know what it is on the moon, but it's really, really fucking fast. So it bit it pretty hard. Whereas the lander from India touched down great, They had good telemetry the whole time. They had like slideshow photos as it was coming in, so they could see what they were doing. And it landed, and then it pooped out its little rover buddy, which apparently has been driving around doing its thing. So like that's pretty fucking cool. That will be another one I'd like to see Lego do, because like that's some shit. Like that's cool that India is in the race, and any research we can do on other planets and other stuff, like that's awesome, because we may need to spread out a little bit. Rob says, do I have any spray deodorant? I do, but it's not flammable for some reason. Because I have checked that. I don't really have any flammable sprays. I don't really have much for aerosols. That aren't industrial and out in the van, and I'm not trying to bring like that kind of shit in here. Like a woofle's one thing, like a brake clean's a whole other thing, you know what I mean? But I will, as soon as we're done with the stream, I will get some more butane ordered, or just go get some if for some reason Amazon can't ship it. Steven Saul says it's the Russian accuracy. Yeah. And apparently I didn't even realize it when they sent it. Like anytime you go to the moon, you usually send like a multi-piece vehicle, like something like, you know, a tug or a vehicle to get the lander there, that once it's there, it becomes more of a orbital, like it can do its own science thing while it stays in orbit, and then the lander would separate and go do its thing. Then the one in orbit, you know, like I said, does experiments and also can act as a relay, you know, so that the lander can use low power to talk to the satellite, which is now, you know, the tug is now a satellite. It can use low power to talk to that, and then that can use big power to talk to Earth. Well, for some reason, you know, and at that point, you can separate all your systems. You got orbital, landing, science, you know, all that shit separate. Well, apparently the Luna 25, from what I understand, all of that was in one. Paul Norman is off. Medication is knocking them out. Good night. Good to catch up with you, and have a good sleep. But apparently the Russia Luna 5 or Luna 25 mission, like that was all one thing. Like it was a lander and an orbital vehicle. It didn't leave anything in orbit, apparently, from what I understand. Like it was doing everything on its own, and what they think may have happened, it was just too complicated. There was no separation of systems. There was actually three different engine systems on it, as opposed to being able to separate it. So I think they just tried to cram too much shit into one. And like the one YouTuber I was watching was saying, like with India, they had help from other countries. Like NASA helped them, the ESA helped them. Like a lot of people pitched in to help them with different systems to get them to the moon, because, you know, we want to see everyone be successful. Russia didn't get shit help, because as soon as they invaded the Ukraine, the ESA and everyone else went, you're on your own. So they had to redesign a lot of stuff. The ESA, the European Space Agency, they physically took a lot of their hardware out of the Luna 25 mission, and Russia just couldn't quite get it, I guess. I mean, you know, I hate to see anybody fail, but Russia, you know, as far as space stuff goes, like I'm fine with anybody going. But I guess Russia just kind of shot themselves in the foot on that one. Yeah, Chipmunk says, actually, despite the joke, I feel bad for the scientists and the engineers at Roscosmos. They already starved of money because of the military assholes, and now they have even less of a chance. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's not their fault that the Russian military is doing dumb shit like that, but they're feeling the repercussions of it heavily, and that's a lot of time and effort. And right now, a lot of politicians don't give a shit about space. Or they say they do, and then when it comes down to brass tacks, oh, we don't have money for that. But space might be more important than we think. Like, I don't want to see anybody fail up there. I'm just glad there wasn't people on board, because that would have really sucked. Because that's really shitty when you're losing people, no matter what nationality they are. What is that noise? Now, litter box. But no, that sucks. Hopefully India's equipment does well while it's up there. 404 Not Found says, for some reason the UK still sends India money for things. God. Got me. I don't know, what is it? Are they just trying to say they're sorry, like in the long term? The cats are up to shenanigans. The cats are up to poopigans. That's the one thing, since the litter box is now more in the central it's at one end of the hallway. Now you just hear it more. So every once in a while, I'm like, what the fuck? Oh, right. Yeah. Kitty cats. Fuzzy butts. Digging for treasures, says Rifleman. Oh, yeah. You'd think they were trying to cover up a fucking, like, landmine. Like, they will stay in there forever. Just, like, on a pee. It is ridiculous. Mike and Co says the UK helped India with £300 million every year for their space program. That's cool. Seems like a lot of money, but I mean, I guess they needed it. I mean, I guess, and it worked. Like, this was their second attempt to get to the moon. That's something I didn't see what happened to the first attempt, but apparently they got close, maybe. But this time they nailed it, so I mean, that's cool. Rob Worrell says, I feel sorry for the average Russian person right now. Absolutely. It's the ones that want it, the only reason, for the most part, the only reason they want it is because they've been brainwashed by Putin and his bullshit. So, yeah, it is. It's a fucking shame. No voter woofle, so a toast it is. What were we going to do a toast to this time? Or did we pick one yet? Kind of buzzed, so I may have forgotten. Let me scroll up. I know somebody said something somewhere. Oh, was that when Christian wanted to toast to Nicola? Or should we toast to everyone's mom? Oh, space. Yeah, India space. Right. Thanks. Telling you. All right, let's see. We'll do an iced tea and a forbidden fruit. That's this one. All right. So yes, a toast to ISRO, which I wish I knew. What does anyone know what ISRO? ISRO. I know India Space something. But ISRO is India's space agency. So let's do a toast to India's space agency and congratulations for landing on the moon. May your experiments go well and your rover live long and prosper. Cheers. Indian Space, yeah, all right. Indian Space Research Organization. Cheers to you and congratulations. Oh, battery. Okay, so we're going to go with this one. Yes, Mike and Go. Toast to all the folks riding on top of it as well. Yep. Toast to everyone, especially in Mission Control. That was a happy bunch of people in there while I was watching. Like at SpaceX, everyone's happy, everyone cheers, but I mean, at SpaceX, they're kind of used to this shit. At ISRO, they absolutely, like, if they were doing cartwheels through the aisles, I absolutely would have understood. All right. Live long and prosper. This one's a little weirder, but that's because I have nerve damage in my right hand. Just like everything else in my nervous system that just sucks. Bernard Forrester, 300 million pounds is £4.45 per UK citizen on average per year. It doesn't seem too bad to me, though I've not yet netted enough in a year to pay tax. That's not horrible. That's a good way to break it down. So $4 to so let's see, that's a Happy Meal like 20 years ago. $4.45. McDonald's Happy Meal, I guess I should say. Steven Seagal says the launches of ISRO are quite funny. One guy screaming every 30 seconds. Vehicle is perform nominal. Yes, I I did do a little translation for that, and it is funny that they're quite loud with it, but that's cool. It is interesting to see how different places, or different countries and different agencies do their thing. Like the only slightest thing that was kind of like, come on now, was with watching the lander, was they focused so many times on I forget the president, their leader, I forget his title. Like the white-haired dude that was watching it at the same time, like they'd focus on just him, like as it's getting ready to do something really important. You're like, all right, cool, I get it. Like he's the important guy, but like there's science right there. Like go look at the science thing. Like put him in the corner or something. Ahmadi, yeah. I forget what his actual, is it president there, or is he considered president, or does he have a different title? That's what I don't know. Prime Minister, okay, Prime Minister. That sounds right, actually, and that would make sense since I know a lot of their government is based on UK stuff. Pip 'em, yeah, exactly. Picture 'em, picture 'em. Like they kind of did that a couple times, but then they just did like full screen on them. Like once when it was doing a burn change, and right as it was getting a touchdown, they had him and like the computer representation of it touching down. And I'm like, no, I want to see the screen with all the numbers on it, kind of thing. But like, hey, whatever. It was cool to watch either way. Yeah, he was in South Africa, I think. I mean, I guess he had stuff to do, you know. Busy guy. Pardon. Narendra Damodar Modi is an Indian politician who has served as the 14th Prime Minister of India since May of 2014. I'm assuming you mean he's the 14th and he started in May of 2014, not that there's been 14 since May of 2014. So I feel like I've seen him like a lot, like in the past and such. The BRICS Summit in South Africa, is that a Lego thing? Because that would be cool if like, I mean, if you had to go to a Lego thing in South Africa, like as opposed to going to a launch, like I kind of see that, you know, like it is Legos. BRICS is Brazil, Russia, India, Chile, and South Africa. Oh, okay. Well, that's not quite as cool as Legos, but all right. And I went to school with the bugger. Did he study in the UK? I would like to see Rishi sent into space. Thump. Let's see, I've paid way more than $4.45 in VAT in the past week alone, so that's not a big deal to me. Yeah, I still don't get the whole VAT thing. That seems quite annoying. Oh, shit, you're right, Mark Ray, I forgot. It's not Legos, it's Lego. Because Lego is both the singular and plural of multiple bricks. Lego, my bad. I've heard that is quite insulting to some people who are Lego enthusiasts. VAT is sales tax, but isn't that like tax on top of the other, like more tax on top of tax? That's what I don't get. It just seems quite annoying. But I don't know. Do you not have sales tax like we have here? It is just tax on tax on tax. Okay, yeah. The only difference between the UK and the UK is that the UK, the sales tax and the VAT is included in the receipt. Okay. Oh, okay, I gotcha. I guess that kind of makes sense, but isn't that kind of a surprise sometimes? Like if it gets sent over pre-VAT, then you got to pay it when it gets there if it's not prepaid. Because I feel like when I sent Clive a bunch of stuff a couple years ago, I feel like I paid the VAT so that he wouldn't have to. Something like that, I think. Yeah, anything international is going to be weird, especially now that fucking Trump dump fucked it all up. I paid the import duty or customs duty. That's different. Okay. Just everybody getting their fucking hands on money is all that. That's customs and excise, which you pay VAT on top of. Jesus. You don't pay it on food or a bunch of essential stuff. Okay, so that's like sales tax here. They don't pay it on food unless it's like going out to eat or like non-essential food. Like I'm pretty sure cupcakes are taxed, whereas bread is not. The tax and the VAT is always in the price, so it's no surprises at the till. Yeah, like here, if you buy $100 worth of food and then you get up to the register and it's 106. So if you're not good with like with me, that's never been a problem because I'm like a math geek. But yeah, I know I do know people where that can be a thing if it's a little tight that month or that week, and then the tax fucks you all up when you get up there. Food is taxed at a lower rate here in the U.S. For me, it's 7.5% food and 9.25% general sales tax. Jeez. Here it's 6% tax on stuff and then no tax on essential foods. 15% tax here, says Peter Stevens. That is insane. Of course, then again, I don't know, because like I also, in my paycheck, I lose 45% of it before I actually get it. And that's in federal tax, sales tax, Social Security, which I'll probably never see, Medicare or Medicaid or whatever, and then local tax, like, and then like medical insurance and shit. But now I get so taxed out that like I literally lose between 43 and 45% of what I make to taxes before it hits my bank account. Go America, go. Christian says Social Security will disappear probably. Oh yeah, right now the Republicans are doing everything they can to kill Social Security, and I'm sure they'll take what's left of it and keep it for themselves because that's what kind of bitches they are. Well, some of them, not all of them. Jack Attack says the tipping situation over there is weird. Yeah, it really is. Especially with like the Uber Eats and like the food delivery services. You keep hearing all these horror stories about like the drivers are eating food or they're dropping food off, taking a picture, and then they're picking it back up and stealing it, or people like, or on the flip side of that, people receiving food and then canceling their orders or saying it was never delivered. And see, the thing about it, I spoke of this once before, but I think I have a slightly better explanation for it now if you've already heard me go on about this. This is like kind of a rant. When I order food out, like I ordered Chinese food yesterday, I will not order from a place that uses Uber Eats or only uses Uber Eats or DoorDash or whatever. I order from a place like the local Chinese food place doesn't use that. They just have a dude that runs the food out. Like it is his or her job. Well, in this case, it's a dude. It's the same older gentleman every time. It's like his job to deliver food because they offer delivery. Whether he wants to or not, he has to deliver the food if he wants to perform his job. Whereas if you're doing Uber Eats or DoorDash, the tip, the tip is not a tip. You are literally bidding on someone to deliver your food. And then whoever randomly accepts that bid, you need to hope that they're not a douchebag and they're not going to fuck with your meal. Just while they're hoping that since you're a higher bidder, you'll be less likely to cancel and fuck with them after they deliver your food. So those services, it's a fucking game. There's no tipping. You are bidding. But the dude working at the Chinese food place where I get my food, it is his job. Whether he wants to deliver the food or not, like I said, like it's what he does. So I don't have to bid on him delivering my food, but I will still give them a 50% tip because I know that's his job. Uber Eats and all them, like if you don't give a 50% tip, like most of them won't even look at your fucking order the way I understand it, or it's harder to get something if you're not doing an outrageous bid or tip. But when I know that dude has to deliver the food no matter what, I'll give him a 50% tip because I used to deliver food and I know that shit sucks. And it is not fun to do. And it is why Uber Eats and DoorDash have those kind of problems. But for the dude that's just trying to get by and live off of like $2, $3, $4 tips to get a little extra scratch, man, I will tip the shit out of you because I know you're going to take care of me. And I know, like, in a kind of way at that point, if I'm giving them that little bit of a higher tip, I know that my food may hopefully get to the top of the list or a little bit farther up. I'm not expecting that, but there's the hope. And sometimes it gets here faster than predicted. Sometimes it doesn't. Doesn't matter to me, but it's a nice perk if it happens. But for the dude that has to do it, I would rather give him the tip than the person I'm bidding on. Because I know the dude at the Chinese food place ain't going to fuck with my food. Any rando that accepts my bid on for tip or whatever, who knows what's going to happen. Mr. A-Cake says sometimes they fart. You know, like sometimes they literally do fart on the food. Like that's the problem. Joe says, yeah, that's how delivery worked before Uber Eats or whatever. Yeah, and luckily a lot of places here, like some of them will do built-in delivery or Uber Eats depending on where you order. Like one of the pizza places I order has either of them, but if you order on their menu, then they deliver it. But if you go over to like Uber Eats' app or whatever, I guess you order through there. So I make very sure to order directly from them. And that's the same. That's a younger dude there that comes over all the time. Well, I say all the time. I order out once a week. Usually on Fridays or Saturdays. I kind of go between Seasons Pizza and Chinatown. Mike and Co says, I only tip if I actually get a service, i.e. they bring the food, they get the drinks, or they provide a service. If I get told to order that at the bar, there is no tip. Yeah, just like a lot of places around here, like you'll go to get takeout, like to go pick up your food, and they hand you a receipt with a tip option on it. It's like, I'm sorry, like I will give you like maybe a little bit of a tip, but I hope you're not expecting like something grand, since like as Mike and Co was saying, you're not necessarily like, you are providing me my food. Yes, I appreciate that, but that's part of the price. A tip would be something above and beyond like the food part of it would be if you provided me more of a service, but if handing me a bag isn't really a service, I want a tip for it. So that's really weird that a lot of places start doing that shit now. Take out with a tip. Like, nah, like who am I tipping? Like does the register itself get to keep it? Like, does this go into like the AI bank account that the register is secretly hoarding? Mr. A-Cake says that all cakes are fart free. I would hope so. Yeah, Christian, pool tips. I know. A cake farter? Cake farter. Can I'm sure of like, you put it in the notes, can we please have someone fart on the cake? That would be fine. MLX says they have autonomous vehicles carrying food from the store. How does that work? Like, are they getting attacked much wherever you're at? Because I've heard a couple of stories about that. Chipmunk says, I have used emergency beer delivery when I was still awake when I ran out of beer. I mean, I get that. I've heard of other situations very similar to that. Electron Box says, many years ago, I was getting a taxi to get cigarettes from the petrol station late at night. Eventually, I was just giving the 20. Eventually, I was just giving the driver 20 pounds to get the pack for me. Foolish times. Yeah, apparently, if like you get in to like being a regular at a lot of these places where like you got like the delivery guy, like where I go, if they have like a special notes thing, sometimes once they get to know you and you got the tip just right, you can also put put that extra $20 in the tip and be like, hey, like that extra 20 is for a pack of cigarettes or whatever. I've heard of people doing that and actually having drivers show up and be like, yeah, whatever, that's cool. You know, give me a little extra scratch. As you figure, most pizza places are, well, around here, most pizza places are in strip malls. Oh, strip mall areas or like strip shopping centers. And there's some place that sells cigarettes within a store or two of most pizza places. Or there's a gas station right there. Or there's Jack Attack having a nice cup of Joe. Or me and my camping, my dispensary cup of tea. This is where I go for all of my cannabis needs. 7:51. Wow, we are still going. We still have 64 at least people here. Good Lord. Have you nothing better to do than look at my dumb ass? Well, cheers to you then. Hey, speaking of which, do I have a... Let's see. We'll have to toast with this. I thought I had a micro USB cable over here to charge. What the hell was I charging with it? Cheers to you for hanging out for this damn long. Toast. Mike and Co. That cough, what gives? I have a deviated septum. Right there. See how that one, it's kind of like off. See how it's kind of like off to the side. It's sticking out. Cheers, that. So I have a deviated septum, and with that comes perma sniffles. I always have just a slight nasal drip going on because of it. Because that nose, which oddly enough, even though this side, I always do that. Even though this side is a little more closed up than the other side, it's usually the one that's open, and it's the bigger one that usually catches the drip and clogs up a little bit. But because of a constant nasal drip, I've always got to clear my throat and have like a little bit of a cough. And then you add, smoking flour and, inhalants that doesn't necessarily help, but it doesn't seem to make it any worse unless I'm doing like a big rip. So that's one reason why I try to drink a variety of warm fluid, because it helps kind of keep my cavities warm so things flow a little bit better, and then it's less likely to get clogged and it's less likely to kind of gather, so I got to cough it up less. So yeah, that's why that's all that and sucky. Which, let me tell you, during the 2020 times, everybody fucking looks at you funny. Be like, you've known me, like at work, like some of the people are like, I've worked with you for fucking 10 years. You know I have perma sniffles. Don't fucking look at me funny because everyone's now coughing and it's 2020 and all that bullshit, dirty word. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just the looks I would get. I'd be like, what? You know it. I've been doing this forever fucking since you met me. Don't give me that look now. So, yeah. Yeah, so I just go with 2020 times, like that big giant goddamn dumpster fire. With the scruff nose, the hay fever, it's interesting. Spaz, the cat that is like her own thing. She's not related to Tiny Mama or anybody. Like, she has allergies, which is makes it interesting because you got to watch. Like, when you start petting her, she starts purring. And when she starts purring, she will generally sneeze at least once or twice. So you kind of got to be like, hey, pet scratchy, scratchy. And then you like slowly make sure you aim the nose away from you so she doesn't sneeze right in your face. It's fun to get woken up that way too. And we actually think she may actually be allergic to other cats, which is weird. A cat that may actually be allergic to other cats, because when like it was just Zoe, my former cat who was a snowshoe Siamese, she wasn't quite as sneezy, but then as soon as Tiny Mama and all the other cats started showing it with all their dander, she started getting sneezier. So she may actually be a cat that's allergic to other cats. So, yeah, and actually the vet at one point was like, oh, well, you know, if you want, you can go ahead and put her on Benadryl. I'm like, I know cats are already kind of lazy, but good Lord, you put a cat on Benadryl, it's just like, you just poke it with a stick every once in a while to remember, like, just put a little fucking, like, a little fucking nugget of food in her mouth every once in a while to help her chew. Like, you cannot give a cat Benadryl. Like, get the fuck out of here. You poke it with catnip. Poke, poke. So she just sneezes a lot, and sometimes her sneezes get to the point where she throws up because of the allergies, but that's getting a lot less. I think she's a lot less stressed out now that 3 of her antagonizer cats left. Well, 2 of them really bugged her. Jeff really wasn't that bad with her. They were kind of, we called them Big Crew XL sometimes because it was like 2 big ass cats hanging out together. But yeah, and I'm actually just the tiniest little bit allergic to cats. Just a little bit, where it really only bugs me if I wake up and they're asleep on my head, which does happen occasionally. But not much anymore. A lot of that was Trent. I would wake up sometimes and Trent would just be like, just laying on like I was the pillow. And Trent was a very big black cat. Like, she was like the tiny house panther from, if you ever watched Cole and Marmalade. But she was a big old black cat. She's the one that's, like, if you look at the banner on my YouTube channel, it's her standing at the 3D printer. Ravenly, Benadryl is evil. Always seemed to make my allergies worse. It always just knocked my dick in the dirt. Like, every time I would take that shit, it would just knock me the fuck out. Like, I do not take it anymore. That's another good thing for cannabis is good for. You figure out the indicas that work for you, and it's better than anything Benadryl can do, because then you get an actual sleep, not some medicated, unconscious bullshit where you're really not getting much rest. Was Trent a bear? No, she was a black kitty cat with a little tiny, with like, I think it was about 8 white hairs on top of her head and a couple little patches of white on her undercarriage. When the light hit her, when the sunlight hit her, you could see her turn like what they call rust in a black cat. Like, you could actually see her fur turn brown, like a really, really, really deep dark brown, and you could kind of see the stripes in it. But at any other point, she was just a black cat. And she liked to hang out on the live streams when I had streams at the bench. There was a couple of them. She just kind of came up and just laid right under the camera. And I'm like, well, this is the Trent stream. So that was fun. Ooh, damn it. So that was fun. But she has moved on to be a slippery, tiny house panther in another house. Doink, says Rob. Yes, Rob. Doink. Garbled user says, take Huberzine A with Benadryl and it relieves the anticholinergic effects. Does that mean it doesn't knock you the fuck out and make you groggy as shit like you just drank, like a liter of Jack Daniels in a night? Correct. Oh, okay. I've never heard of Huperzine A. It's another thing I'll have to look up just for curiosity. I mean, is that like some weird derivative of caffeine or something? Or is it... I'll look it up. Get the 20 something, the Grammy thingies. They use antihistamines and postnasal drip symptoms. Hyposines A sounds like a plant extract. Yeah, kinda. Oh, Jack Daniels. Yeah, when I used to drink way too much, I used to drink a 750 or a liter of Jack Daniels Black Label a night. Like, work during the day and then drink at night. One of them every night for like months at a time. It was pretty bad. But no, I don't do that. No, I got my other thing. It's a lot easier to deal with and a lot cheaper. And no hangovers. Gargled user just had a very big word. OTC, over the counter acetyl. Let's see. Acetylcholine. Yeah. I am not in the right frame of mind to try and pronounce all of that. Similar to afternoon or sarin gas. Nice. Lock Watcher. White Castles. Throw micro onions on the grill. Let them steam on the burgers. Burgers are steamed. I've done steamed burgers on the grill. Or I've had steamed burgers on a grill. Some sort of thing like that. But I definitely, like, I actually just made pork chops that I sauteed half a red onion in while I was cooking the pork chops. I have like one pork chop left that I'm actually after the stream, whenever that is. I'm going to dice that up and cook it with eggs with the onions as well. Maybe a little bit of salsa kind of deal. Well, it's 8 o'clock. All right. So, since this will likely be one of the last toasts for the 55 or so viewers that are still here, this toast is for you. Because if you're still here, that's crazy. And like, I think we'd already did one of these, but I'm just going to do it again. But toast to you, and a toast to hitting 420 subscribers. Hopefully that'll hold still. And toast to everyone that came over from Clive, and a toast to all my original subscribers. Like, everybody's cool, and I appreciate everybody hanging out. And like, I hope you stick around. Like, this is the final filler stream, but you know, like, hey, if you like what you saw, stick around. I do a bunch of dumb shit, and yeah, everybody's invited. So cheers to you, and cheers to everybody, and thank you. I do really appreciate it. Like, I genuinely appreciate everybody hanging out. So cheers to all y'all. What's up, Brianna Stander? Welcome to chat. I don't know how long you've been here. Wait a minute. Hold on. There we go. All right. Urfelman says, always up for dumb, fun stuff. That's kind of my thing. That's why I've been driving around with Pennywise in my passenger seat for almost 2 years. Just fun, dumb shit. Like, fuck it. Why not? And hey, you know what? If the transportation administrator at work liked it so much he took a picture of it and was laughing his ass off, then fucking, I think we're good to go. And when it's funny, my branch manager, who's, you know, like, sort of, I guess, some way on underneath the transportation guy, during one of my reviews, he's like, "Are you still driving around with that clown in your passenger seat?" I went, "Oh, you mean the one that Jeremy said was cool?" He went, "Yeah." I went, "Dude, I have a backup just in case that one goes bad." And he went, "Jesus." Just put his head in his hand, and I was like, absolutely. See, everyone there at the new, quote unquote, new company ish, I think it's gotten used to the fact that I'm just fucking weird, and that's fine with me. Do we need to ban Rob again? Is that what I just saw there? Brianna Astander? Steven Seagal retracted a message. Okay. Didn't see what it was. That's fine. Not really worried about it. Mike and Go has uke practice to do, like ukulele practice. But good night. But if that's whatever practice you got to do, rock on. You go practicing. Man, I could really use some loop diuretics right now. Matt Herschel? Not. I hope that's not what I think it is. But if it is, like, yeah, you guys, you got to do what you got to do. Christian Harold, clown in my passenger seat. You mean my wife? Did your car buddy come up during the divorce hearing or therapy? No. It was, got him after the whole therapy thing from years ago, and did not come up in the divorce hearing. What advice does everyone have for good sex? Sounds like I'm pretty good for a beginner from what I've been told. It's been a good week. You know what? I'll tell you something that someone told me. Like, you ever sit down, like, all right, like, I will get to your I will actually give you some advice here, but it's vague background. Coworker waiting for the OE to call back on that fire pump. You know, you just start bullshitting about shit, and then all of a sudden, like, you really start talking about some shit, like some deep fucking shit kind of thing. Well, we got into this conversation, and he brought up a good point of something he has done with with relationships. Go to your partner, sit him down and say, I need to ask you something. And what's that? Tell me 3 things that turn you on, 3 things that turn you off. No matter how long you've been with them, just ask them that. And tell them, be straight honest. 3 good, 3 bad. And if they ask why, just tell them, because I want to focus on the 3 good things, and 3 bad things I want to make sure I don't focus on. And just tell them, be on. Tell me you tell me. Just do that. Because then you don't have to guess. Then you don't have to sort out. You can see you can see what they tell you. And if you have past experience, use that based on what they tell you. And if you don't have a lot of past experience, then you're about to learn. But just ask. That's all you got to do. Just communication. Peter Harkins, sorry, Scruff. Pills are kicking in. Enjoyed the stream. Look forward to the next one. Go get some rest. Thank you for stopping by. And we'll hope to see you at the next one. Chipmunk says, it's been so long for me. My virginity grew back, but this is bloody good advice. Yeah, it's been quite some time for me. Pushing, really, really close to 4 years. Yeah. Kind of got to pee. I think I'm going to use my bladder as the stream timer. But hey, you know what? I'm glad our last stream, well, our last filler stream could be a 4+ hour stream. Not bad. 4 years, bloody average. Hey, you know what? I'm still just practicing. There's plenty more time to be added to that, I'll tell you what, because I am not interested really right now. I got to focus on my shit before I reintroduce more, I don't want to say complications, in a negative way, because like sometimes it's good to have that positive complication in your life, but I don't need any fucking complications right now in my life. So I'm good for a little while. I'm just gonna do my thing, watch my Pornhub and have a good time with Jill, Jill, Jill. In case you've never seen that. Nice mic, by the way, Lockwatcher. Thank you. Seems to be doing pretty well. Rosie Palm, Herbert Trousered Fancy. Yes. It's been about 61 years for me since the last time, says Frost Giant. That is a pretty good record. Girl Producer says no disco piss. What do you mean, like peeing on the mic? Pee on the mic. Pee on the mic.
Pee on the mic, pee on the mic.
Yeah. Jill? Have you never seen, which way is the camera facing? Oh, J. The letter J. The letter I. L. Lowercase l. Lowercase l. Hand the gland combat, says Rob Worrell. Nice. Hand the gland combat. Holy shit. The disco piss was a reference to a Clive video. I feel like I should know that. Actually, wasn't that didn't he name one of his videos that or something? And your other hand, Lig. The 4-knuckle shuffle. Jack attack. Nell McCanscrew. Herbert Trousered Fancy. Pamela Henderson. I've heard that one before. Yep. Vinyl Vera and Polyethane Pam. Choking the Bishop. Oh boy. All right, let's see. I can hold my bladder until the next 420. So we'll go with 8 more minutes and then we will toast our way to a not so awkward ending. Still need to come up with some sort of soundtrack to record on the mixer, which I'm sure will end up being me singing something absolutely derpy. That makes no sense for, I figure 20, 25 seconds shouldn't be too annoying. I'm not trying to do any kind of a minute-long jingle because, good Lord, 20 to 30 seconds is about enough. Because I can tell you what, when I'm watching any YouTube video, if the intro lasts more than like 20 seconds, it's like, calm the fuck down. You're a little full of yourself right now. My opinion. If I'm on your channel, I probably have a pretty good idea of who you are. So I don't need that 20-second, 30-second. Like, one I watched was almost a 45-second intro, and it was like badly done like 10 years ago kind of technology. Calm down. Shaking hands with the one-eyed milkman, says Redhead Forster. Yes. The ham shank. High output heart failure with pulmonary heart tension with various qualifiers for complications and comorbidities. That sounds not good. How far back do you want to go? Disorder. Okay. My friend Billy had a 10-foot willy. He showed it to the girl next door. She thought it was a snake, so she hit it with a rake. And now it's only 3'4". Nice. For music inspiration, listen to the song by Fresno Room. I know why dinosaurs became extinct. Okay. I'm guessing that's fireworks I'm hearing and not gunshots. Oh yeah, I can hear the sparkly afterwards. Alright, I will look at that later. Y'all give me a bunch of homework to do. That's just fine. Packratic. Good night. Thanks for stopping by. We have 5 more minutes of stream left. Get rid of that weird menu. The lyrics are very touching. 10-4. Oh, Pack Rat UK. Gotcha. Oh, yeah, look at that. Yeah, it makes a lot more sense. Derp. He's a pack rack. He is based in the UK. Gotcha. Blackwatcher, thanks for the stream. Appreciate your time and the mods. You are welcome. Glad I could entertain you and everyone else for the past month-ish or so. But yeah, I guess while there's still a few of you here, still about 50 people here. Let's see, Sunday at 3:05 Kerbal. And the next Sunday, I'll go for another Mavis live stream while I still can do it legally. So I'll kind of get back on that schedule of Mavis every 2 weeks until September, was it 16th? So, wow. I mean, you'll be able to get 1 or 2 more flights of her in one stream. Just have to keep checking DJI for that update for the remote ID bullshit. And I can guarantee by no means will I ever spoof my locations so that I don't get harassed by a bunch of fucking Karens. I will always use an accurate and proper transponder location or something. And then maybe like I said, I'll start doing an after Clive stream. That seemed like people kind of like that idea. Like, maybe like every 2 weeks, like I said, like every other week, I could probably do something like that. Just let everybody know, and then when Clive's done, we just kind of go take a pee, hop over here, and just keep on bullshitting. I mean, I guess it is a little bit different of a... Damn it. It is a little bit different because over here we have XLR cable that's always in the way and getting bonked. I would like to have a nice, it wouldn't hurt to have a nice enough lavalier mic that I could hang like right here like Clive does, but I guess I'm going to be rocking this for a while. And like, I was kind of looking into seeing like how much other microphones cost, and I'm like, I think this one's doing okay. I don't really, like, if I ever upgrade it, probably won't be for a while because it sounds pretty freaking good from what I can tell. Boing, Jurus. Sorry. MK, what's up? She offered her honor. He damn it. I didn't read that first. She offered her honor. He honored her offer. And the rest of the night, it was on her and off her. Chipmunk, like I said, Carrie Severe sometimes does an after Clive stream. I would not like to miss any of it, y'all. Yeah, I'll have to see. I know she usually schedules ahead of time. Like, I'm subscribed to her and I get all the notifications. So I'll have to see, like, if I see that, like, I'll try to figure it out, like, between her and I know sometimes Fran, like, I may have to actually resubscribe to Fran to see when, kind of get a better idea of her patterns, because I'm definitely not trying to walk on top of any other YouTubers, because that obviously isn't going to work. But Herbert Trousered Fancy, I would be here regardless of anyone else. Well, I appreciate that. Scruff Dog, it is 8:20. No, it's 8:19. But now I'll see what I can figure out. We'll do something because this seems like we're all having a good time. So yeah, but yeah, I guess we'll be done here in a moment. Let me go ahead and switch over to here real quick, just to say farewell in thermal to start, just because while it's at, what is that? Where are we pointing? Right there. Oh, that's the Alexa, isn't it? Yeah, that's right over my shoulder. Is it? Yeah, that's the Alexa. Zoom. So I guess the Alexa's warm. It's an electronic device. Makes sense. Blinkomatic says maybe you and Clive could do a dual stream. I'll talk to him about it when I get a chance. Once he's back and settled in, then we'll see if he wants to work something out. Cat thermal. Let me see if any cats are around before we go. Nobody's here right now, which means they're asleep. So I don't want to wake anybody up. That's the only reason why I haven't gotten the snake owl. If she's not out, then I don't want to like force her out, kind of thing, unless I got to like clean the tank or whatever. But we'll go ahead and we'll call it a stream. Again, thank everyone for stopping by for this series of filler streams. Yeah, we'll have some Lego stuff coming up as well. So I guess I'll make sure we're ready for more YouTubey goodness, and we'll work a schedule out. But anyway, I'm fucking rambling. So thank you again, everyone, for stopping by. I guess I will see you Thursday or Saturday on the actual Clive streams. If I get bored, maybe I'll do something during the week. Love to you all. Thank you again for stopping by. And I will see everyone very soon. Have a groovy weekend. Where's my feet? Shit, damn it. Oh, there it is. So have a groovy weekend and a vape to you. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.